Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the Observing, Modeling, Understanding the Circulation of the Arctic Ocean and Subarctic Seas workshop. It's really great to see everybody. You all look really three-dimensional, and for 2 years, everybody I've been interacting with has been two-dimensional. So we could be talking about anything, and I'd be happy to see some three-dimensional people. Yeah, it's been quite an effort. This workshop was originally proposed and was to be held in 2020, and it's now been postponed twice over 2 years. And I'd like to first of all thank Mike Patterson and Sam Coakley and Cindy Grady, who have stuck with this for a long time, and on top of having to basically all of a sudden deal with many other workshops that got postponed as well. So, and I'd like to thank our sponsors, NASA, ONR, NSF, NOAA, Department of Energy for sticking with us. Anyway, it's been a long wait, but I think it's been a positive thing. I want to thank the other members of the Science Organizing Committee, because they've been patient and stuck with it too. And it's really wonderful to see it's finally happened. Anyway, the history of the immediate history is that we proposed this workshop, I think, starting in 2018. We were working on a proposal, and because a lot of the science issues were already apparent, we had it always in mind that it would be an international workshop, because we had anticipated that we would want to work with a lot of Russian scientists, because as well as European scientists, and so we wanted to have an in-person workshop so that we could kind of bridge those divides. World events have kind of taken an unfortunate turn in that way, but I think we've persisted now for decades in trying to understand the circulation of the Arctic Ocean, and so I'm sure we'll figure out a way to move forward from here. I'll go back and give a little bit of history, and I apologize because it's kind of from a personal standpoint, but in some ways I feel like we've been working on this for decades. We found in the Arctic Ocean, we found that it began to change really profoundly in the early 1990s, and that everything kind of happened at once. The Cold War ended, and then we started to do some different kinds of exploration, and we started to see changes, I argue, perhaps first in the Arctic Ocean. These things included an increase in the Arctic Oscillation Index, a shift in the frontal positions, currents, and a flushing of old ice from the basin. And now the environment is a sort of a seasonal ice zone sort of condition. Results from this cruise in Cyclonic 93, the cruise of the Pargo, was one of the early examples. This cruise took a very nice route, went all around the Arctic Ocean, and the ship stopped and did water sampling and CTD measurements and underway CTD measurements. And what we found is illustrated in the left-hand picture there, is that the upper 200 meters of the ocean, kind of in the central Arctic and over the Makaroff Basin, had increased 2 parts per thousand. And if we could see that if we looked at the old Gorshkov Russian atlas, that the front between Pacific-derived and Atlantic-derived water was not in the same place. Normally, it had kind of lain over, in the atlas, it had lain over the Lomonosov Ridge, and now it had kind of shifted to being over the Alpha Mendeleev Ridge, with this sort of counterclockwise swing in the axis of the transpolar drift. And the pattern is actually similar to the RMS variability that is in the EWG US-Russian climatology, but the pattern is similar, but the amplitude of this change was about 5 times greater than a typical RMS variability. And we argued back in the early 90s that, the early 2000s, that the shift was related to basically a cyclonic shift in the atmosphere, represented by an increase in the Arctic Oscillation Index, which reached a maximum, the winter index reached a maximum ever in 1989. So the argument was, well, that pattern is similar to the increase in the atmospheric forcing in a sort of a cyclonic pattern over the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean, and this had caused this shift in the front. But another aspect of that figure you just saw, and kind of what went into it, was the recognition that not only was there a big change going on, but we really only knew that because when we could only make that figure because the Soviet Union had for decades, since the late 50s or early 50s, been doing these regular surveys. The SEVER expeditions roamed aircraft all over the Arctic Ocean and made CTD and hydrocast measurements. And so it was sort of that dedicated, ongoing measurement program that made it possible to know that there'd been any change at all. And we recognized that there wasn't really anything to replace that with the fall of the Soviet Union. And so that, on top of the fact that when we went around to other scientists that weren't oceanographers and made inquiries, it seemed like everybody was seeing some sort of changes that had occurred in that early 90s period. And so what that resulted in was those two things resulted in sort of a community effort to make sure that we had ongoing and repeat sustained observations in the Arctic Ocean. And of course, we were coming from an funding environment that was sort of based on 2-year proposals and individuals doing experiments, getting together for cruises, but there was no Soviet-like dedicated, you will go make measurements every year sort of program. So the result of that was that we concluded we needed to somehow institute that, and it led to the development of the study of environmental Arctic change, which was an interagency program, and the Arctic Observing Network, which is sort of again, a sustained observation program that was put on by NSF. Well, now, one of the original thoughts was, okay, we'll go and do this for 10 years, and then we're going to kind of get back together and see what things are like. What did we learn with this sequence of observations that we're going to make? And I guess I felt that that was particularly important for the ocean, that we had numerous meetings to kind of assess that change. But I'd always envisioned coming back in 10, 15 years and figuring out what we were learning and perhaps coming to some agreement and deciding how this observing system needed to be tuned up. Well, the 15 years dragged out a little bit, but I guess I'm looking at this meeting as kind of the fulfillment of that we are able to look back on decadal sort of data and make an assessment of really where are things going. So to me, the buildup for this meeting goes back decades, and not sure if there's much more after that. Oh, well, our objectives. So I guess it's natural then that the first objective is to assess the state of our understanding of the changes in the circulation of the Arctic Ocean and subarctic seas and their relation to climate. And that's going to be kind of the emphasis today. Second one is identify the needs for sustained ocean observations to measure the variability and change in Arctic Ocean circulation and approaches for supporting those needs. That's probably the place where world events are going to make this more difficult. But I think we have to at least consider the problem and try and come up with, well, an idealized picture of if we could do it, what would we want to do to improve our observing system. And the third I put down is assess advancements in modeling that improve the representation of the ongoing changes and help us predict future changes. And that'll be the emphasis on Wednesday. And associated with each one of these is a breakout session. And then on Thursday, we'll look at some kind of extended effects. There are a couple of talks on things happening in the Greenland Sea and on Greenland shelves and stuff like that. And but that'll be kind of the day of trying to bring together what we've learned in the other three breakout sessions. Anyway, that's it for the introductory history. Does anybody have any questions on that part of it? I'll introduce Sam Coakley, who's a lot taller than I thought he was. He always looked about this tall when I've met in our other meetings.
Oh. What do you think?
We need to come up with a workshop report, and I guess that's the primary deliverable. Mm-hmm. The on the website there are programmatic sort of deliverables, which I don't remember exactly, but if you're talking about specific deliverables, it would be a workshop. I'll just say a few words to introduce the first two talks. There are kind of two ways of thinking about the circulation of the Arctic Ocean. One sort of school concentrates on the strength of the Beaufort Gyre. The Beaufort Gyre is probably the most dominant feature of Arctic Ocean circulation. And then there's another school that we need to pay attention to kind of the alternate, the cyclonic mode. And so we're going to give two talks in succession here. I'll give a talk on the cyclonic mode. And so I'm Mr. Cyclonic. And then Mary-Louise is going to talk about the spin up of the Beaufort Gyre. And so she's Ms. Anticyclonic. Is that okay? I was going to get us t-shirts with, it's cyclonic, anticyclonic, but I kind of ran out of time. Okay. So I'll be talking about the cyclonic mode of Arctic Ocean surface circulation. This is based in large part on a paper we published in 2021, and my co-authors on that paper are acknowledged at the lower part of this slide. So I want to thank them for sticking with this. And I'll just plow right in. This is a pretty typical sort of picture when somebody's asked to say, what's the circulation of the Arctic Ocean like? This is not uncommon with a big Beaufort Gyre and a transpolar drift. And lots of times it sort of, most times it sort of ends with that in terms of the schematic. And over the last 30 years, in situ observations, largely concentrated in the Beaufort Sea and the transpolar drift, revealed a freshening and increased strength of the anticyclonic Beaufort Gyre. And that's led to the impression that the whole Arctic Ocean circulation has become more anticyclonic. And this workshop actually sort of inspired the 2021 paper because it said an anticyclonic circulation regime has dominated in this region for the past 16 years, intensifying the buildup of fresh water in the Gyre. And frankly, I mean, I felt like that was wrong. My suspicion is that, or was, and now is, that we really have been in a cyclonic mode of circulation. And so now we're going to go and try and convince you all that that's true. I'm going to try and convince you of two things. One, that maybe the strength of the Beaufort Gyre is not an indication of the sense of the whole Arctic Ocean, and that we indeed are in a more cyclonic circulation regime than we were prior to the 1990s. So I confess that the Beaufort Gyre is a key feature of the mean Arctic circulation. I mean, it's obvious, really, but does its strength actually dominate variability? And so what we're going to do first is take a really simple look at things by looking at the annual anomalies of dynamic height over the top 500 meters of the ocean and dynamic ocean topography as given to us by ICESat and Cryosat-2. The dynamic heights come from the EWG U.S.-Russian climatology of the Arctic Ocean. And these dynamic heights were almost annual, going from 1950 to 1989. So we've got, most years are covered over that period with what I take as the winter dynamic heights. And then we have from 2004 to 2019, the mean ICESat, winter mean ICESat and cryosat-2 dynamic ocean topography. And so what I'm going to do first is just show you anomalies relative to those two means of dynamic height in the first instance. This is the dynamic height map anomaly in 1950. And I've kind of, just to keep you all oriented, we put the Beaufort Sea name there, Amundsen-Nansen Basin, Makarov Basin, and then Russia, Greenland, and so forth. So you can kind of get oriented. And now it's just going to be some sort of primitive pictures of the patterns. So we'll just kind of stroll through time here. 1954, 1955. Keep going. And just kind of look at this. Don't try and concentrate. Just tell yourself, okay, where do I think the variability is the highest? 1970. Doing this very crudely. 1980. 1985. And that's the end of dynamic heights. Now we'll go into the modern era of ICESat-2 and ICESat and cryosat-2. Well, I don't know what you saw, but what I see when I look at that is I don't see a lot of variability in the Beaufort Sea. So the mean, when we remove the mean, and then we look at just anomalies, at least to my eyeball, it seems like a lot of the variability is over on the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean. And the pattern changes a little bit, and I'm not sure in between the historical period and the modern satellite era, but they both have the same character of a lot of activity over on the Russian side. And I couldn't pick out anything which I would call a variation, a strong variation in the strength of the Beaufort Gyre. So now what we're going to do is just look at an EOF analysis of those anomaly patterns. And this is from this 2021 paper. The data that goes into this are really just what you saw. The historical hydrography from 1950 to 89, represented by these dynamic heights relative to 500 meters. I'll be a little bit of that CISEX data from that figure that you saw first thing today. And then the satellite altimetry is from 2004 to 2009 from ICESat, and from 2011 to 2019 from cryosat-2. And in prior work, it shows patterns of variability in ICESat and cryosat-2. DOT are well correlated with dynamic heights determined by hydrography. So we think comparing, especially when we're just looking at patterns and gradients, they're really quite comparable. And this again is a map of the two means of dynamic height, 1950 to 89 on the left, and mean dynamic ocean topography from 2004 to 2019 on the right. So the left one is for the historical and the right's for the satellite period. And the modern period is similar to the 1950 to 89 mean winter dynamic height, but the Beaufort Gyre is smaller but more intense. And at the same time, the Eurasian Basin low is larger and deeper. We can calculate the vorticity from the dynamic topography, and this is what that looks like. From the vorticity from 1950 to 1989 is basically the Laplacian of dynamic topography. And the one from 2004 to 2019 is on the right. And if we compare those two, we find that that between the historical period and the modern satellite record, the Beaufort Gyre is intensified. Indeed, it's some stronger, basically negative vorticity. But the cyclonic circulation on the Eurasian side has also intensified, and it's spread relative to the Beaufort Gyre intensification. And that's to the extent that the vorticity increased between the historical period and the satellite era. It increased from minus 15.4 times 10 to the minus 10 in the earlier period to minus 2.4 times 10 to the minus 10. So it's basically, in the modern period, the average vorticity is zero compared to what it was before. And the area of positive vorticity has increased from 42% of the area to 55%. So that was one of the first things that had me concerned when I looked at that workshop report that said we were in an anti-cyclonic regime. I think we really are in a cyclonic regime if we look at the basin as a whole. Okay, this is the first EOF from the historical period is on the left, and the first EOF of the anomalies for the satellite period is on the right. And EOF 1 for the earlier period explains 68% of the variance, and is dominantly a low over the Makarov Basin. I don't know if that agrees with your impression looking at the anomalies, the anomaly cartoon, but it kind of was my impression. And the EOF 1 of the satellite period explains 39% of the variance, and it's similar to EOF 1 of the historical period, but it has a broader extent along the Russian continental shelf break. And this pattern is consistent with a description by Sokolov, 1962, who was really the first person to talk about anticyclonic and cyclonic modes. And this actually was a paper that was cited by Andrei Proshetinsky and Mark Johnson in their paper, which kind of introduced the whole idea of cyclonic and anticyclonic circulation to the west. But anyway, this cyclonic mode is similar to that pattern we see in the modern satellite era. Let's see, if we combine the two records, just concatenate them, we get an EOF 1 that looks very similar to the historical dynamic height record, EOF 1. And the combined record has an EOF 2 that is really of explain a similar amount of the variance that looks more like the EOF 1 of the satellite period. So the combined record is kind of trying to split the difference by having, instead of one really dominant EOF as primary, it's got an EOF 1 and 2 that explain things. But I'm going to talk mainly about EOF 1 in this next few slides. The principal component 1 for EOF 1 of the combined record is shown by this magenta line. And it basically follows a lagged first order response of the AO, which is shown as a blue line. And that's the AO filtered with a 1-year time constant and lagged 1 year. And they line up pretty well. What we basically have seen in a bunch of events is that if the AO is high one winter, we'll have a more cyclonic circulation the next winter if we're trying to look at the whole Arctic Ocean. The correlations between the principal components for the two individual periods or the combined record are small, but they are statistically significant. And PC1, the combined record, does something that's similar. It's a little bit reduced, but the AO basically does a 1 standard deviation shift and starting in 1990, and PC1 does the same thing. The next slide shows the ocean response due to a jump in the PC1 in response to an AO increase in 2007. On the left, we have ISAT DOT plotted for 2005 to 2006. In the middle, it's 2008 to 2009. And in 2007, there was a big jump in the winter AO. And in the difference, we see this pattern of a trough of deepened dynamic ocean topography on the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean, and cyclonic circulation, which basically is the cyclonic mode. Okay, the mode's important because rising AO has been argued to be a characteristic of global warming. High winter AO is correlated with reduced ice extent the following summer and the cyclonic mode the following year. The cyclonic mode and increased vorticity arguably makes the ice pack divergent and more mobile, leading to ice albedo feedback and potentially enhanced ice export. The cyclonic mode sends Eurasian runoff to the east, weakening the cold halicline layer and allowing Atlantic water heat to melt the ice. But this mode is not well sampled by today's observing system. This is EOF1, and data from Ignatius Rigger has been superimposed on. That's a % chance of finding an IABP buoy in a 250 kilometer square, any 250 kilometer square, and the based on data from 2001 to 2021. So if at any time you went out in the Arctic Ocean, the chance of finding a buoy in one of those squares is represented by those contours. And they line up amazingly well with the EOF1 contours, such that the odds of finding a buoy inside of EOF1's dominant feature are less than 10%, while the odds of finding a buoy inside the Beaufort Sea are 30 to 60%. Worse yet, EOF1 is such that the vorticity indicated by a small, well-sampled Beaufort Gyre is the exact opposite of a poorly sampled rest of the ocean. I haven't seen a lot of model results that indicate much about the cyclonic mode, but there's this really nice paper by Wang, 2021, which really addresses it quite well. This is a plot from his paper. On the left, you see his control run. In the middle, you see a run under a negative AO, and on the right side, you see the run under a positive AO. And under the negative AO, the Beaufort Gyre basically expands to fill the basin. In the positive AO case, this cyclonic trough expands on the Russian side, and the BG Beaufort Gyre contracts. So that's pretty similar to the figure you just saw. Oops. And it's also, and I don't know what happened here. There was a figure that illustrated, that's pretty funny, actually. Okay, we'll just skip that part. But Sokolov has some figures that were supposed to appear there that illustrate his cyclonic mode. I'll conclude. Changes in Arctic Ocean circulation have a center of action on the Russian side of the ocean. The anticyclonic mode, in the anticyclonic mode, the Beaufort Gyre is large, while in the cyclonic mode, cyclonic circulation on the Russian side expands and shrinks the size of the Beaufort Gyre. Since about 1990, the Arctic Ocean has been increasingly dominated by the cyclonic mode, driven by a 1 standard deviation positive shift in the AO. The present in situ observing system is effectively blind to the dominant mode of variability. And if we're going to understand circulation change, we need to find ways to make more measurements on the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean and devote more modeling effort to the cyclonic mode and its relation to climate. So, thank you. And Sam, have I blabbed too long for questions or?
We have time for question.
Okay.
See, Dimitri's got a question. Also, just general rules for hybrid meetings. Be sure to introduce yourself for the virtual audience because they can't see you. And always speak into a mic if you want to be heard.
Hello, this is Dmitry Dukhovskoy. Jamie, thank you for the presentation. I have a question. Can you go back to the conclusions so that I could see? Regarding your statement that there is more variability near the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean, how robust is this conclusion? Because I think that in the 50s, 70s, most of the observations came from Soviet campaigns, which probably concentrated near the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean, which means that we are lacking of information about variability in the rest of the Arctic Ocean. And when the climatology is atlas is constructed, when we don't have observations, the gap of observation is filled with the first guess, which is climatology, which means that we don't have any information about variability. And when you construct the EOFs or do a standard deviation, I wouldn't be surprised that you would see a lot of variability in the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean, very low variability in the rest of the Arctic Ocean. Can you comment on this?
Yeah, I think that's obviously a really legitimate concern. And I think that it's for that reason that I think it's important that we look at the satellite observations. There's no bias to the satellite observations. They're sampling everywhere and they kind of get the same pattern. But I think, for example, the pattern we see in the dynamic heights is much simpler. And that may indeed be a result of, well, there just wasn't much data on the fringes, and not really a change in the actual structure. Maybe the EOF, if we had full data, would be more similar through the whole record. But it's still not going to show, according to the satellite information, it's not going to show that, oh yeah, the characteristic variability is this jumping up and down of the Beaufort Gyre. And the other part of it is, I'm not so sure. I was blown away. One time I saw a map of the Sever expeditions in the 70s, and I was astounded because basically these Sever expeditions, these aircraft campaigns, they made a station every 200 kilometers. So at least during that period, they got good information. The other part is that certainly in the Soviet era, the emphasis on the Russian side made sense. I mean, they had the Northern Fleet would go and make these big expeditions resupplying Siberia every summer, and that was a big deal. But also there was the military part, and so I kind of have a feeling for what the U.S. Navy was interested in, and I would guess the Russian Navy was probably pretty interested in things on the American side. So the data, I mean, that was an amazing step, and I think we really have to thank Al Gore for it and the Medea Committee. And if there's a chance, I want to show a video called The Awakening. And but there was this tremendous effort to bring out old Russian and US data that had formerly been classified or held secret. And there's a lot of that data, that is the data in this atlas. So there may be more data on the American-Canadian side of the basin than we might have thought. That's my only hope. Anyway. Okay. Oh, here's Mike.
Let's go to the next one.
Oh, okay. Did I leave you some time?
Yes, you did. You left me tons of time.
Just get the top over up here. Yes. Well, you could give an introduction.
Oh,
It's on.
it's on. Oh, okay. Is this working?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now Ms. Anticyclone is going to talk, and she's going to talk about the freshwater buildup in the Beaufort Gyre, the Arctic Ocean's Beaufort Gyre. Okay, that title is not what I expected, but it doesn't say anticyclonic. Okay.
You can add the anticyclone.
Okay.
So while we're getting set up here, like, we have to kind of think about how to put these things together in our discussions. So one thing to think about was Jamie had on one of his conclusions that the cyclonic mode has, it exactly said, but a contracted, thanks Sam, a contracted Beaufort Gyre, whereas the anticyclonic mode has an expanded Beaufort Gyre, but that doesn't say anything about the strength of the Beaufort Gyre. And we saw that in Jamie's plots too, and he even told us this. So you can have a small intensified Beaufort Gyre. But in any case, so let's try to reconcile these things in our heads as we're going through this today. So I'm going to talk about the Arctic Ocean's Beaufort Gyre, which is something I've been thinking about for a while, together with collaborators at Woods Hole and together with collaborators at Woods Hole and the Institute of Ocean Sciences. And just a shout out to our recent review paper that will appear in the annual reviews of marine science shortly. So here's the Beaufort Gyre. It's the dominant circulation feature in the Canadian sector, and you can see it here in the imprint of dynamic ocean topography. And Jamie showed us these types of plots. So the Beaufort Gyre is of broad relevance because it's a major freshwater storage center. So the accumulation or release of this fresh water to the North Atlantic can potentially influence stratification in the North Atlantic and feed back to the atmosphere. So that's like the big picture kind of role of this big circulation feature. What I'm going to talk about for the next few slides is going to be the atmospheric driver of the Beaufort Gyre. And we'll try to put this in context with the large-scale atmospheric forcing. I think this fits nicely with what Jamie talked about because we're going to focus for a little bit on the atmosphere, which is what we have to think about, what drives those maps of dynamic ocean topography and those circulation features. And it's not like this one-to-one mapping, as we'll see. So we have the main centers of action. We have the Beaufort Gyre here and this Icelandic low here. The Icelandic low is this confluence of cyclone activity on the North Atlantic storm track. And first of all, one thing that's very important with respect to the strength of the Beaufort Gyre is the fact that there is a seasonality to its main atmospheric forcing. In sum, we can say that we have a prominent Beaufort high in winter. This is sort of the winter time up here in the top of the plot. And this is climatological sea level pressure that we're looking at. So we have an intensified or a prominent Beaufort high atmospheric forcing in winter with a weaker, more contracted Beaufort high in summertime. And you can see that along with that, we see this more northern extent of the cyclonic atmospheric circulation coming into the central Arctic basin. And that primary seasonal cycle in the atmospheric forcing has been known for some time, and it's not, sometimes you get years that are completely anomalous with respect to seasonality. Jamie pointed out 2007, for example. That was an anomalous summer where we had intense anticyclonic wind forcing. But in any case, that's the seasonal cycle. And we can see this here also in the surface circulation, these broad seasonal patterns. This is from Riggerdal, 2002. The gray are the sea ice, and this is winter on the top, where we have this intensified Beaufort high in the winter time. And then when we go down to the summer, this low pressure takes up much of the Arctic. So, and remember, we're still talking about atmospheric, so these aren't the modes of dynamic ocean topography that Jamie was describing, although they are related to them. So just like we have this seasonality, we have these longer term modes, and this is what Jamie was describing. This is this figure, and these seasonal modes, these seasonal patterns are actually similar to these longer term modes that can vary on interannual and decadal timescales. So this is this Sokolov paper that Jamie referred to, and Prashutinsky and oh, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe my presentation stole your figure. So this was reprinted in Prashutinsky and Johnson in 1997, where they've described these modes. So we have mode A on the left, where we have an expanded Beaufort circulation. And these are now surface currents and ice drift. So I'm cheating a little bit because I've been talking about the atmosphere and now we're talking about the ocean, but just bear with me. And then you could see Jamie showed this axis of the transpolar drift changes. As we move into the cyclonic mode, mode B, we have a contracted Beaufort and an expanded cyclonic circulation. Okay, so that's the setting. Now, what about, I'm still going to talk about the Beaufort Gyre, trust me. What about the longer term changes in the Beaufort high forcing? So again, we have climatological sea level pressure maps shown here. In the left is the case where we have all the composite for anomalously strong Beaufort high. In the right, we have the case for anomalously weak Beaufort high. And you can see where we have a weak Beaufort high, this Icelandic low is expanded and moves into the Arctic basin like this. So the idea here is that cyclogenesis and cyclones associated with this Icelandic low can weaken the Beaufort high. We can look at this in a time series where the top, this is from 1948 through to 2019, the top shows the strength of the Beaufort high atmospheric forcing, where red is anomalously strong, blue is anomalously weak. And in general, we see this transition between the earlier part of the record where the Beaufort high was anomalously strong, the later part of the record where the Beaufort high was anomalously weak. We can relate that to a cyclone activity index. Here, a cyclone activity index which gives a measure of the strength and the duration and the number of cyclones in the Nordic seas, specifically in the Nordic Sea, so this is related to this Icelandic low. In the early part of the record, we saw fewer cyclones, less cyclone activity. In the later part of the record, we showed more cyclones, more cyclone activity. So if we're to think about the forcing of the Beaufort Gyre, which is this Beaufort high, over time we're seeing a decrease in that. This is an interesting paper by Zhang, who puts forward a mechanism for this, saying that loss of ozone in the stratosphere gives rise to an asymmetry in the stratosphere, which then influences cyclogenesis in the Eurasian sector of the Arctic. So I thought that was kind of interesting. You can read that. All right, so that's the atmospheric forcing of the Beaufort Gyre. The Beaufort Gyre is rather complicated because it's a wind-driven gyre, but it has sea ice on the top, and the sea ice plays a really important role in its spin-up. So even in the face of, say, reduced atmospheric forcing, anticyclonic wind stress curl over the Beaufort Gyre, we might see an intensified Beaufort Gyre depending upon sea ice conditions. So this is something to keep in mind. In the top panel, we're showing sea ice. This is in September, and in March, kind of climatology. The arrows show the ice drift. Ice can influence the momentum transfer from the winds into the ocean. If you have weak sea ice concentrations, then you can actually enhance wind energy input into the surface ocean, because the drag between the ice and the ocean is stronger than the drag between the atmosphere and the ocean. But then if you have a stronger, more concentrated sea ice pack, the opposite can happen, because the wind blows and much of its energy is dissipated in internal ice stresses, and not much of it makes it into the ocean. So that's the ice, and then we have at the same time a geostrophic flow. Again, the colors here are dynamic ocean topography, and the arrows are the geostrophic circulation. We don't see a lot of seasonality in the geostrophic flow of the gyre, but we do see changes in the geostrophic flow over time as the gyre spins up and spins down. But that geostrophic circulation, sort of year-round geostrophic circulation, plays a role, because all the while we have changing sea ice, seasonally changing sea ice cover over top of that. So if we take these things into account, which people have done in recent years, I've just put a couple of papers here, but there have been several coming out in recent years that describe the 5 minutes. Oh wow, okay. That describe the circulation of the Beaufort Gyre, taking into account the geostrophic flow of the ocean below and the sea ice cover, and of course the wind forcing. On the left, we can see something interesting. The blue colors are downwelling. Basically, you can see the blue as spinning up the gyre. And that is in September. And I've already told you that the strength of the forcing is weakest in the summer months. But we see the strongest spin up of the gyre in the summer months, because the sea ice is most reduced then. And then we see this broad upwelling, meaning a dissipation and a spin down of the gyre, Ekman divergence right underneath the sea ice in the winter time. And that's because of the geostrophic ocean flow, anticyclonic flow, moving below a relatively stationary sea ice. So the ice is acting as a dissipating force on the gyre. And so this very strong kind of spin up that you see in September is opposite to what the wind forcing is doing on the seasonal cycle. We can look at a time series of that, and we see, let's just look at Ekman vertical velocity here over time. This is updated from a recent paper by Andrei Prashutinsky, where we see here cumulative downwelling. So in the annual mean, the winds drive convergence of water into the Beaufort Gyre, relatively fresh water, and this is this Ekman pumping that we saw on the previous slide in cumulative downwelling. Well, this translates to, in recent decades, an accumulation of fresh water in the Gyre. We've seen, say, in the early to mid 2000s, we saw a spin up of the Gyre, an intensified Gyre, even in the face of Jamie's cyclonic mode, which he said we've been in a cyclonic mode for the last 30 years, but that doesn't mean that the Beaufort Gyre is less intense, say. And that's manifest in this accumulation of fresh water. And this variability that we see relates to this confluence of the variability in sea ice, the changing wind forcing in any given year, as well as the availability of fresh water. All right. So I just have a couple of minutes left. I've told you that sea ice is a dissipating factor in the spin up of the Gyre. Well, it's a wind-driven Gyre, and there are lots of eddies formed which can dissipate momentum and balance the wind's momentum flux. Here's an example of just how energetic the water column of the Beaufort Gyre is. This is speed measured from one of the Beaufort Gyre moorings, mooring A, and you can see a whole host of eddies, intrahalicline eddies, year-round. And so some simple calculations tell us that there is enough eddy energy to balance the wind-driven energy. A recent paper by Doddridge et al. Tells us that in this three-way balance between wind energy input, sea ice, and eddies dissipating energy, the spin-up timescales of the Gyre, depending on how you parameterize diffusivities, are anywhere from a year to 10 years or so. And the spin-up timescales of the Gyre are really important if we're going to understand freshwater accumulation and release. I just have two more slides that show us that just as freshwater is increasing, this is a section along 140 West here, just as freshwater is increasing, the Gyre, especially the halicline, most predominantly the halicline right underneath the mixed layer, is getting warmer. And so while we're converging freshwater, we're also converging heat in the Gyre. And these are just time series maps showing this increase in heat content over time. So you can see that we have quite warm waters in the Gyre now sitting right underneath the mixed layer. Just the change in heat alone is enough to, should it be released to the surface, melt about a meter of sea ice. So, so that is heat. Now I'm going to leave us with some future questions that we can think about and that we can discuss and deliberate today. And I'm probably, Sam, should I leave those on the board and take questions now, I guess? I probably have a couple minutes for questions. Okay, great. Yeah.
I have two questions. First question is about the atmospheric drivers. You talked about the Icelandic law. What about the Siberian high, and what about the other factors also involved?
Yeah, so the Siberian high plays a really big role in the seasonality of the Beaufort high as well. So in the winter time, the Siberian high is pretty intense. It's really strong. In the summertime, and in the spring, as soon as you have snow melt and so on, the Siberian high weakens, and it kind of you just have all open pressure contours, and everything's kind of weak and ill-defined in the wintertime. But certainly, I mean, I'm not sure, but certainly as we see changes in snow cover, continued over Eurasia and that kind of thing, we'll see long-term changes in the Siberian high, which is a semi-permanent feature every winter. Yeah.
Question I have, the time series you have in the Beaufort Gyre freshwater content.
Yeah.
Why there is a decrease after 2021?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things you might notice also is that the error bars are higher in the later years, and that's because we don't have a lot of the data yet from around the margins. So there are errors on those. Why freshwater has started to decrease? Well, there are a whole number of reasons. Freshwater availability is one of them. For example, we're losing a lot of multi-year ice in the Beaufort Gyre, and that multi-year ice has been a big supply of meltwater in recent years. So we may see that the absence of those larger volumes of meltwater, for example, it could also relate to these dissipative processes with sea ice that I mentioned before.
But
Yeah.
the models are showing increasing of the freshwater in the Beaufort Gyre after 2020.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
Models are.
Models are showing increasing. Yeah. Maybe they're not quite getting the ice right, for example. Yeah.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Wisla, I see you have a question in the chat. Would you like to unmute and address the room?
Yes, good morning. My question is, given that we have so much. Can
Can you restart, please?
you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so my question is that given what Mary-Louise said about the importance of the frictional effects between the sea ice and the ocean and the high eddy activities in the Beaufort Gyre, my question is, what is the relative importance of the geostrophy in the Beaufort Gyre?
The relative importance of geostrophy in the Beaufort Gyre?
Yeah, how important is the assumption of the geostrophic circulation in the Beaufort Gyre?
Yeah, the Beaufort Gyre is very much in geostrophic balance. When we see eddies formed, it's really nominally, it's related to a steepening of the isopycnals and baroclinic instability. So if we look at isopycnal displacements, sea surface height in the Beaufort Gyre, these are consistent with the geostrophic velocities. Is that what you're asking?
Well, my point is that if we have a lot of eddies and frictional effects, the geostrophy may not be as important as we're trying to proceed.
Yeah, so the geostrophy is like the geostrophic balance, the pressure gradient Coriolis force balance is the fundamental underpinning of the background state. Right? Does anybody else, probably other people have other insights to this question that I don't.
And I think we should probably move on to the next talk so we could continue that during the discussion. To introduce. Oh,
Well, our next speaker is going to be Cecilia Peralta Ferriz, and she's going to talk about connections between the circulation in the Arctic Ocean and subarctic seas.
Thank you, Jim.
Did I get that half right?
Yes. All right. Good morning, everybody. I should be a
Sorry.
PDF.
Yeah, sorry, brief technical issue. I lost my WebEx window.
Oh,
Oh. WebEx window. Share the screen.
what I can start telling you a little bit about what I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to be focusing on the Atlantic side of things. So I'm going to be talking about the interaction between Nordic seas and the Arctic. And also, oh, it's coming. I want to thank contributions from Laura Dester to this talk, but I also want to acknowledge the Jamie's and Jin Sang and Mike Wallace's contributions also for part of the material that I'm presenting here, a co-author sheet that I have had with them. Oh, it's good. Okay. All right. Can I go to the presentation mode, the full screen, if that's possible?
Sorry.
No problem.
Does it have a presentation?
Oh, just full screen, isn't there?
Yeah, just full screen.
Yeah, that should be sufficient. Thank you.
Can make that. Is it a PDF?
It is, yeah. If not, that's okay. We can just proceed like that. That's okay.
Do you want to scroll down?
You have to squint maybe a little more, but okay, we may lose some of the bottom, but
Yeah, no, I think we need it to be, to have the whole top bottom view of the slide. See the whole slide at once, and then I think
that's okay. Yeah, we can just go like that. Thank you. All right. So thank you. And what I want to share with you is about some of the recent results from observations about freshwater transport, both liquid and ice, coming through Bering Strait. And also I want to share that the similar atmospheric forcing of the above is also linked to the Arctic and the Nordic Sea circulation variability. And I will give also a pitch about why we need some sustained information to keep understanding this portion, this region and changes. So the Arctic Ocean and the Nordic Seas are very important climatically and regionally and also globally. In this map show, there are significant water mass transformation as the water comes from the Atlantic up to the Arctic Ocean. And when it enters the Nordic Seas, the water undergoes significant cooling, and the associated evaporation of the water from this cooling also warms the atmosphere and moisturizes the atmosphere, and those are, of course, impacting the atmosphere itself and ecosystems around it. As the Atlantic water enters Nordic Seas, it continues its pathway, could be taking the Bering Sea branch on the right. See? Nope. I continue like that. It enters the Bering Sea branch, and it loses about half or more of the heat to the atmosphere there. The water that takes part of the West Spitsbergen current further north, it also cools off, but it still has the strong heat content, the largest heat content that enters the Arctic. And these these properties of the Atlantic water entering through there affect the stratification entering into the Arctic Ocean as well. On the western side of Bering Strait, we have a polar water that is fresh, and also the sea ice coming out through there, entering the Nordic Seas as well. So the increase in Arctic freshwater and sea ice export can reduce or suppress deep winter convection, and this can therefore impact the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. The Bering Strait is the largest and the deepest of the gateways of the Arctic, and there has been a joint effort since the 1990s between the Norwegian Polar Institute on the western side of the Bering Strait and the Alfred Wegener Institute on the eastern side of Bering Strait to maintain sustained observations of the water and sea ice the water properties entering and exiting the Arctic Ocean. Now, what I will be talking mostly here is results from this part, the western part, and these two moorings, F20 and F13B, so these are the mooring arrays of the Norwegian Polar Institute. And even though the observations have been happening since the 90s, it's not until 2003, summer of 2003, that observations in the western part of the East Greenland Sea have been taken, and that has helped to improve the measurement of the freshwater exiting. So I jump straight in. This is the Bering Strait liquid freshwater transport time series since late 2003. And what is shown here is 3 periods of variability. The overall period of 15 years drop that I'm showing here is highly variable. And what we see here is that the latest period, so from 2015 all the way to 2019, there was a significant reduction of the freshwater transport relative to the previous periods. And this reduction of freshwater transport is also due to both a reduction of the freshwater content in the area and also a reduction of the velocity of the ocean. And that's, of course, except winter 2017, which we have large incursions of the speed up of the exit flow and also a lot of freshwater then. Another significant change is that the polar water thickness was significantly reduced in the later period, and polar water is defined by the water that is colder than the 0 degrees Celsius. So this is plot here. The time series is over here of the polar water thickness, and on the left, upper left, and the reduction is roughly like 40 to 50 meters relative to the previous period, the original first period, from 2004 to 2008. And the figure to the right shows the anomaly of the salinity relative to the earlier period. And here over here is a blue line. So the temperature is right here. The contour line of 0 temperature is there, and but the thickness of the polar water is right here. And we also see as a movement of the front between the polar water and the Atlantic water to the west. So what this is indicating is a showing of the Atlantic water in this region and also an increased presence of the Atlantic water westward. Now, the changes were also observed in the sea ice transport, and the figure on the top is shows the ice thickness. The colors are from different sources of observed ice thickness, and this picture is from the 90s. It will be bigger, but apologies for that. And what we see is that there's a strong reduction of this thickness. The black lines are showing the annual means of this thickness, and this is significantly reduced. This is not a surprise, but I think over here we have thicker than 2 meters generally, and then in the later periods we always have below 2 meter thickness. The figure on the bottom is the ice drift, and there's also significant changes over there, but not necessarily a strong trend here, although it has also been reduced in the latest years. Nope. The ice volume export has also shown, as of course associated with the ice thickness, a strong reduction, and particularly showed a record low in 2018, and the values are about 25% of those that we observed in the 1990s. Now, these results are also published by Sumata and colleagues, and they also did a background trajectories and position of the sea ice flows. And what I'm showing here in the blue is the pathways of these ice flows as before they came to Bering Strait. and the blue is for 2011 to 2017, and the orange is for 2018. And these blue triangles here are the position where the ice flows were 3 months before they reached Fram Strait. And the red triangles over here, about half the distance to Fram Strait, are the position of the ice flows in 2018. So what this shows is that the drift was still much slowed down in the 2018 period. So it took much longer for these outflows over here to get to Fram Strait than it did much earlier. So what's keeping this ice up in Fram Strait or up north of Fram Strait? And the answer to that is prevailing winds from the south. And the picture on the left is the sea level anomaly for the relative to the longer period for the 2018, February 2018. And it's characterized by a high in the Bering Sea and a low in Greenland. And if we take this index of the sea level pressure as a difference, the sea level pressure gradient, we look at this over time, and we can see that the gray bars are showing where this difference is larger than 5 hectopascals. And we can see that in 2018, actually, there were many more of those happening there. The figure on the low is the meridional winds associated with this sea level pressure gradient. So that pattern is what we usually call an atmospheric blocking event. And essentially, it's called like that generally because it's blocking the flow that comes from the west, the atmospheric, the winds coming from the west to the right. So this study by Cyclonic and colleagues in 2010 had shown that this pattern over here, high in Greenland and low in the Barents Sea, was the strongest sea level atmospheric forcing affecting the variability of the sea ice export. And it also showed that the timescales at which this happens are more strongly between periods of 5 to 60 days, to 30 days. Actually, I made a mistake here, it's 30 days. So it's like sub-monthly timescales where this is the strongest forcing. It also has an imprint in the longer timescales, but it's much more stronger in these storm type timescales. And this also have gained a little more attention recently, but not the episodic blocking events are also described in Renner and Wallace, and they also showed connections and how these blocking events may have a longer memory that sometimes gets masked by the Arctic Oscillation or the North Atlantic Oscillation, but it gets this memory there. So the fact that we have one time mode and another mode may affect the strength that we see of this pattern. And some other studies have shown the link between the atmospheric blocking and the sea ice export and also the Atlantic meridional circulation. So what I want to show you next is that the variability in the liquid component of the ocean, both in the Arctic and Nordic seas, is also linked to these atmospheric blocking events. Nope. And we've done that by using measurements from the North Pole Environmental Observatory that were specifically Arctic bottom pressure recorders. So the ocean bottom pressure can be thought in very quick timescales, daily to seasonal timescales, essentially equivalent to sea surface height variations. And this is a picture of as part of the North Pole Environmental Observatory, we had 10 years of measurements from 2005 to 2015 of this bottom pressure. And the picture here is just showing the deployment of the last of those, which was in 2010. And those data showed a strong sub-monthly energy in the wintertime. But interestingly, the first 5 years of this record show almost periodicity about 20 days. But when we look at the later period, the last 5 years, it did not show that periodicity. And so we did publish a paper in the first half, saying like, wow, there's this strong periodicity and it's a sub-monthly mode, and we were very excited about it, and I'm still very excited about it, and that's why I'm showing it here. But if we look at here, the near 20-day period is present in about 4 out of the 5 winters in the earlier period, and only in 2 out of the 5 winters in the later period. And this is kind of consistent, and this is a variance preserved spectrum of this field in black. And in blue, I'm showing the sea level pressure gradient. It's another just the difference between the Bering Sea and the Greenland, very similar to the blocking events, and I will get into that later too. But in the earlier period, we have a pronounced peak here that also shows in the atmosphere, and it all goes away in 2010 to 2015. And it's not that it goes away, but it kind of just smears into higher frequencies. We also found that these anomalies, the sea surface of monthly anomalies, are observed all through the Arctic basin, at least all the areas where we had observations. And this showing that this is the winter strength, but also the summer strength are coherent. That teaches that the winter mode is much, much stronger. And not only that, but we found that the biomass model, the UDOPS biomass model, is well correlated with the variations of the North Pole ocean bottom pressure, and except that, and this is just an insert of 5 years of this comparison. Blue is the bottom pressure recorder, and red is the model. And it captures the variability, but it underestimates the variability. And keep that to the back of your minds. The model is looking at these variabilities, but it's not as strong as what we see in the observations. The atmospheric forcing associated with this is, again, these blocking events: high pressure over Scandinavia, low pressure in Greenland, and this enhances winds from the south that, as they are going along the Nordic seas, they push the water to the right, creating a sea surface gradient that in turn will enhance a geostrophic current that will push the water up north. Now, the fact that we see this happening almost immediately within a day within the basin, a day or two within the basin, is that these blocking events are essentially pushing the water through, changing the ocean sea level up in the entire Arctic, and then sloshing down as this atmospheric forcing goes away. So it's just like pushing and coming consistently. And an interesting thing, of course, is that this is not periodic. And we can see effects of this pushing and coming out in both the Arctic circulation and the Nordic seas. And what I'm showing here is composites over 10 years of model basin average ocean bottom pressure from biomass, and what happens to the atmosphere a few days before the maximum ocean bottom pressure is reached, and what happens to the sea surface height during those times. And what we see here is that we have a few days before the maximum bottom pressure in the basin, we have the strongest sea level pressure gradient, and we have a strong flow. The arrows here are the depth average flow, like barotropic flow through everywhere. And we see a very, very strong increase of the flow going through. Now, when we reach the maximum ocean bottom pressure, we don't have the strongest gradient anymore, of course, but we do see that we do not have the strongest flow coming in through here because it's already maximum there. But at the same time, we have a spin up, so some sort of adjustments occur that the spin up within the circulation of the Nordic seas and also in the Eurasian basin. And if we go a few days later, or a few days before the minimum ocean bottom pressure in the Arctic, we see again the pressure gradient, not as pronounced here as we would see over here, but we do see a strong outflow of the flow coming into the Nordic seas. And when we have the minimum bottom pressure, then we see that spin up again, but the opposite sign. So we have a cyclonic, strong cyclonic circulation here in the Nordic seas, and anticyclonic circulation here in the Eurasian basin. And interesting here is that these atmospheric blocking events are, and Mary-Louise also mentioned this in her presentation, that we are seeing, these are also associated to the more cyclonic or storm events coming into the Nordic seas. And we are seeing that there's an increase on that, and there's a projected increase of these things as we keep warming our planet. Also interesting, not in the exact same context as this minimum sea surface height here, but the spin-up of the Nordic seas, Gyre, may also increase the fluxes of volume, heat, and salt as it comes through Bering Strait into the Arctic. So what I wanted to point out here is that this is not periodic. The atmospheric is very noisy, But if one of these, if the entering or the exiting, one of these scenes within the cycle of the cyclonic, within the cycle of the episodic blocking events is stronger than the other, then we should be able to see a signal that with bringing more water and more fluxes of heat into the Arctic, and then we will see a trend later on. So what I'm saying is that these high frequencies should be imprinted into what we'll see as longer timescales. But it was not until the, until the presence of the use of bottom pressure recorders that we were able to see this happening. And of course, the models have been key to reveal these things, but we know that the model is underestimated these observations. So my guess is that it's also underestimating the velocity spin-ups and slowdowns of the gyres. I just wanted to say that thankfully, NASA has funded another 5 years of ocean bottom pressure in the North Pole, and we're going to bring one next month to the North Pole, assuming shipping actually happens of all things to get there. And this will be on board of a new icebreaker from Leponant, and it will be the vessel called the Command Charcot, and there will be a science component as part of this touristic cruise that I'm really not used to, but it will be very interesting. And just to summarize, most recent Bering Strait observations, 2015, 2019, show a reduced liquid freshwater, both in freshwater content and southward velocity, less polar water and more Atlantic water in the region. There's also a record low in sea ice export and in total freshwater transport through Bering Strait in 2018. And these recent reduced ice export and freshwater transport are driven by atmospheric circulation changes, which are related to atmospheric blocking events. We also saw that atmospheric blocking events drives variability in sea ice export through Bering Strait, and it also drives sub-monthly variability in Arctic bottom pressure, and it also is linked to spin up or spin down of the Nordic seas and Eurasian basin gyres. And these atmospheric blocking events and cyclones or storms have been proposed to increase on their ongoing, have been shown to be increasing under our warming climate in recent years. And my pitch here is that bottom pressure recorders have been an excellent tool to identify and quantify high frequency atmospheric ocean interactions and the associated effects of circulations, which we can see if we have sustained informations at how they change over time. And thank you.
So thank you again. I think we're going to have to move into the break for 10 minutes, and then we could do more questions in the discussion at the end of the session. So thank you again. So here in person, we'll be moving into a break for 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene at 10:40. Okay, thanks for coming back in, everybody. Our next speaker is John Toole from WHOI.
Hi, everyone. Apologies for not being there in person. I'm basically being hyper careful with COVID and everything. So I was asked to talk about the Atlantic water layer in the Arctic. And in a minute or two, this subtitle will become obvious. So, you know, for over 100, well over 100 years, we've known that there's this subsurface layer throughout the Arctic, a few hundred meters deep, that's relatively warm water. I mean, we've known about that certainly since Nansen's Fram expedition, if not before. So, you know, we've known this for over 100 years, but there are still questions about the dynamics and the effects of the Atlantic water layer. So in preparing for this talk, I just brainstormed a few questions. Some of these questions have been addressed many times in the literature. Probably half the people in the audience will think they're settled issues, but maybe not everybody. And it's frankly always good to start with questions you know the answers to, so at least you can suggest there's been progress made. So here are some questions I just jotted down. So why does the Atlantic water layer flow? Why does the Atlantic water flow into the Arctic at all? we know it flows in. What dictates the sense of the horizontal circulation? There are many schematics of Atlantic water circulation. This is one that Bert Rudels and his colleagues put together. It appears very much guided or of the sense of sort of the Neptune effect that Craig Holloway talked about, with flow wanting to be to head in the direction with the coast in the northern hemisphere on the right. Does the real ocean circulation actually look like this? That's a guesstimate of the horizontal circulation. What about the vertical circulation? What are the water mass transformations associated with Atlantic water? And what are the processes that affect those transformations? This is a depiction of the time average flow. What does the circulation look like over time? I mean, how does the circulation vary in time? And then the very important question is, what are the relationships between Atlantic water layer and the Arctic climate state and the climate state in writ large across the rest of the world? So this is clearly a big topic. Too many questions for a 20-minute talk. Probably 20 hours is not enough. So what I thought I would do is to talk about some findings from a master's thesis dissertation that Jeff Graybon did with me that we published last year. The thesis involved looking at oceanographic data as well as output from An Nguyen's ASTA state estimate model for the period 2002 to 2017. Here's the reference to a write-up about that work. And that's behind my subtitle of an observationalist's Introduction to State Estimate Modeling. I have to admit that we really haven't exploited, at least Jeff and I did not exploit the power of this state estimate model and its adjoint to ask dynamical questions. So my presentation is going to be sort of a descriptive analysis of the model output. So to begin with, what Jeff did was to look for all available hydrographic data during the time window of the state estimate, 2002 to 2017. And then he partitioned all those observations into little subdomains around the Arctic. The domains were sort of dictated by the regional bathymetry, as well as a line through the center of the Arctic, separating Eurasia from North America. Today, we're just going to look at the properties in two of these subbasins. Subbasin number 18, which is in the western Nansen Basin, just downstream from Bering Strait, and then region 10, which is in the Canada Basin. So on the left, what I show are Jeff's time averaged temperature profiles from these two subbasins. The temperature profiles go from the surface to 3,000 meters depth, and the temperature scale goes from -2 to +2. Now, I'm sure you all can guess which profile goes from which region. The green is from the Nansen Basin, close to the Bering Strait, where the Atlantic water inflows into the Arctic. And the Atlantic water layer, which is the subsurface temperature maximum, is very much better developed there than on the other side of the Arctic in the Canada Basin. So to try and be a little quantitative about the properties and the circulation of the Atlantic water layer, we decided to define a layer based on potential density surfaces. And so we picked two density surfaces that bracketed the temperature maximum. At the top end, we wanted to pick a density surface that was sort of below the region of waters that are directly affected by Pacific inflow. And we also wanted to pick a layer that for most of the Arctic, the layer didn't outcrop. And so that was our upper bound. You can see those in these two regions here. And then the lower bound is largely dictated by available data. We wanted to get below the temperature maximum, but we couldn't go too deep because then we'd run out of the number of available profiles. So the right is showing the same two average profiles with plus or minus 1 standard deviation in the shading versus potential density now. Again, Nansen Basin, Canada Basin in blue. And here are our two density surfaces that we picked. Admittedly, it was a little anal, but we chose potential density relative to 200 decibars. It probably wouldn't have mattered if we used the surface, and it would have been more widely accessible. But anyway, we used sigma 0.2, and here are our two density surfaces. One of the fun things about plotting versus densities, you can see the core of the Atlantic water layer is pretty much the same density in the Nansen Basin as the Canada Basin. It's just very much colder. And it's almost, in this depiction, almost looks like heat that is lost out of the Atlantic water layer has diffused up and warmed the halocline in the Canada Basin relative to the Nansen Basin. So those are the two layers we picked. And we're going to use, later in his thesis, Jeff looked at output from the ASTA. And so one of the things he next looked at was how well ASTA represented the actual observations. So here are the kind of plots that Jeff created for each of his subdomains. The Nansen Basin on the left, Canada Basin on the right, and the plots. The upper left plot shows the number of available profiles as a function of time, like from 2002 through 2017. And then he plotted the observations and the ASTA model output of the depth of the two bounding isopycnals that we chose, the thickness of the layer, and the average temperature within those isopycnals. In the Nansen Basin, ASTA tends to have too low a salinity operation. This is something that Birgit Rinde from Bergen wrote about in her master's dissertation. Consequently, in ASTA, using these density surfaces, the Atlantic water layer in ASTA is actually a little bit deeper than it is in the observations. And it's a little bit warmer than in the observations. Things are a little nicer in the Canada Basin. As Jamie has repeatedly told us, there are many more observations in the Canada Basin. The depth of the bonding isotherms are quite similar to the observations, as is the thickness of the layer and the temperature of the layer, although the model has a bit of a warming drift over time that we'll look at a little bit later. So what we chose to do is to initially look at the time averaged fields of Atlantic water. Again, a layer bound by our specified isopycnals. And so on the left, what we are plotting are the time averaged potential temperature for the period January 2010 through the end of the state estimate, December 2017. We chose this time interval because early on in the state estimate, there were some, I would say, oddities to the circulation of Atlantic water layer that I didn't particularly appreciate or understand. To be fair, On would argue that we really don't have the observations to discount those flows, but I thought it was simpler to look at the 2010 to 2017 period. So on the left is the time average potential temperature in the layer, in our Atlantic water layer in ASTA for this time period. These are model coordinates. Just to orient you, here's Greenland, Fram Strait, the Bering Sea, Siberia, Bering Strait, and the Canadian archipelago. So what's contoured here is the layer average temperature going from -0.5 degree to 3 degrees centigrade. And as we all know, Atlantic water layer is coming from the subpolar basins, flowing north. That's where it's warmer. And you can see that in ASTA, the warm water penetrates northward and spreads principally to the east. And then there's an interesting tongue extending poleward nominally along the Lomonosov Ridge. Atlantic water layer, our Atlantic water layer is colder in the Canada Basin than it is in the inflow, as we saw in the profiles. There's also a correlation with the thickness of our layer. The warm inflowing water tends to be thicker than the cooler waters in the Canada Basin. Layer thickness, you can think of it as 1 over potential vorticity, and if the interior is frictionless, the flow should be to first order along PV contours, and so this you might think of a depiction of the horizontal geostrophic circulation in the Atlantic water layer. And indeed, that's what it sort of looks like. So in this left panel, we show a depiction of the horizontal circulation of the Atlantic water layer. Again, the 2010 to 2017 period. Again, we're in model grid coordinates. The colors here denote water depth, and the thin black curves are contours of the transport stream function with a contour interval of a quarter sphere. Now, as I'll talk in a moment, the Asta Atlantic water circulation is divergent, and in that case, there is no formal definition of the stream function. So what we've done here is basically done a non-unique depiction of the non-divergent part of the horizontal circulation. Basically, we're removing a large-scale divergent part of the flow. And this gives us a feeling of what the horizontal circulation of the Atlantic water layer looks like in Asta. So as we've just heard from Cecilia, there's a strong northward flow on the east side of the Bering Strait. A large fraction of that northward flow immediately retroflects and returns back south, with the balance turning to the right and flowing along the continental slope. It's joined by flow through the Santa Ana Trough and in the Bering Sea to form a very nice eastward flowing boundary current over the continental slope. This region just north of Zvernia Zemlya is a really great place to monitor that deep western boundary current, as the folks involved with NABOS have been doing. With the present situation with Russian invasion it's not clear that when we could actually continue a measurement program here, but this is a great place to do it. This boundary current continues along the continental slope until reaching the Lomonosov Ridge. Most of the flow schematics that you see for Atlantic water layers show basically a bifurcation of that boundary current flow, with substantial flow carrying along the continental slope to the east. In Asta, the bulk of the Atlantic water flow actually turns north to flow along the ridge. However, that northward flow is sort of bleeds mass in part to the east, trickling over the Lomonosov Ridge, and then going further north, the flow diverges into the interior to the south, such that there's really, in the model anyway, there is no continuous boundary current all the way across the Arctic along the ridge. Is that true? Is that how it really works? I don't know. This little trickle of flow across the ridge sort of flows into the interior. In the deep Canada Basin, Asta has a weak anticyclonic circulation. Many of the schematics show a cyclonic flow there. Modeling studies that Michael Karcher and colleagues did suggest that the sense of the Atlantic water circulation in the Canada Basin is a function of how strong the surface forcing is. And this result from Asta would suggest that Asta is on the stronger side of the surface forcing compared to some of the other modeling simulations that they did. In the model, the circulation sort of accumulates along the continental slope of the Americas and then eventually exits the domain through the western side of Bering Strait. That's the horizontal circulation. What about the vertical overturning circulation? So to look at that, we partitioned the water column.
2 minutes, John.
Yeah.
Sorry, 2-minute warning.
Yeah, we partitioned the water column into 3 layers. An Atlantic water layer, again bounded by our 2 isopycnals, a surface layer from the upper part of the Atlantic water layer to the surface, and then a bottom water layer. On average, over this time period, we have roughly 3 sphere drips entering the Arctic through Bering Strait. A bit of that water is converted to bottom water through water mass transformation. But actually in Asta, the Atlantic water layer swells over time. And it swells at the expense of the bottom water layer. So this interface between the Atlantic water layer and the bottom water layer actually is sinking over this time period. And that depression is sinking of, or reduction in the volume of bottom water layer is balanced by this export of roughly 2 sphere drips in the deeper regions of Bering Strait. The Atlantic water layer is swelling. The surface layer is pretty much in balance volumetrically. There's basically one sphere drip coming in, as Rebecca Woodgate continues to show us. There's about a 1 sphere drip export and about a 1.5 sphere drip export through the Canadian archipelago. So this is Asta. Is it right? Is this how the ocean is working? We basically don't know. We also looked at some of the seasonal cycle and interannual variability at the net inflow and outflow, as Cecilia just talked about. There's a nice annual cycle of inflows and outflows in Asta. There's a nice interannual variations with the seasonal cycle superimposed. And there's interesting long-term warming of the Atlantic water layer in Asta that may be due to the fact of the water near Bering Strait having a very low salinity cap on it, inhibiting the heat loss to the atmosphere there. But you can see over this, these are 4-year wind snapshots of the Atlantic water temperature. You can see the Atlantic water layer is warming, and that warming signal is spreading into the interior. So I come back to my questions. As I said, we really didn't exploit the state estimate model and its adjoint to actually be able to ask dynamical questions of the model to see what is controlling these various processes. This is something that can very much well be done and should be done and is being done. And I actually added here a last question at the bottom, which are, what observations do we need to better constrain these state estimate models? Because I'm still a believer that we're going to need models as well as observations to answer these dynamical questions. So thanks.
Thanks, John. I think for the interest of time, we're going to move on to the next talk and then keep the questions for the discussion following that talk. And next up, we have Jennifer Francis from the Woodwell Climate Research Center. So Jennifer, if you could share your screen.
I'm still seeing John's screen, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to kill mine, and here we go.
Check it over from him. You should have the privilege now.
Okay. I'm not seeing the share button anymore. Oh, maybe this will do it. I used to have a share button here and it's gone.
Let me try taking it away from you and then giving it back. Okay, how about now?
I'm still not seeing it.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me try this. Here we go. Got it. It was in disguise. All right. How's that?
Looks great.
Okay, great. Hey, everyone. I'm so sorry I'm not there in 3 dimensions. But thank you to Jamie for inviting me to join your workshop today. Maybe one of the few non-oceanographers in the room, but Jamie asked me to talk about sort of connections between the atmosphere and changes in the ocean. And as I started thinking about the story I would like to tell, I realized that, it's really a very complicated set of connections between the forced warming that we know is happening in the Arctic and other changes that are forced, natural shifts in the climate system, and how they might also be related to feedbacks that we know are very strong in the Arctic. So I think we can think of the Arctic really as having levers on all these things. The Arctic change isn't really causing new patterns in the atmosphere or new patterns in the ocean, but it's either accentuating them or perhaps even reducing them. So that's kind of how I'm coming at it today. And first of all, I think we all know well that the warming that's happening on the globe is not happening equally. We can see that going back to the late 1880s, the global ocean has been warming quite gradually over this time period. The land areas around the globe have been warming faster, especially in the last few decades. And then we have this purple line, which is the Arctic. And it is, of course, warming much, much faster, especially in the last couple of decades. So if we now just look at the SST anomalies going back to the beginning of the satellite era, we can see that around the northern hemisphere, the SSTs have really not changed that much, but in the Arctic, they've warmed up quite a bit. In fact, the trend line is about 5 times larger than the northern hemisphere as a whole. And if we look at this in a spatial rendition of the changes, this is a really cool way of showing global temperature change, in my view, that Ed Hawkins has put together. And what it's showing is the change in temperature regionally relative to the globe as a whole. So the blue areas are where it's warming slower than the global average, and the red areas are where it's warming faster. And of course, what we see is that the Arctic is warming much, much faster, but the land areas are warming faster than the oceans. And we also note the big cold blob up in the North Atlantic, and I think that's also part of this story in a big way. So why am I dwelling on all these changes in temperature? Well, it's because these gradients, these changes in gradients are what are affecting the winds, and by extension, also weather patterns. So just very simply, as you all know, a strong gradient in whatever it is, in this case in the atmosphere, in the temperature, is associated with strong winds. And then if we do something to weaken those gradients, it's also going to weaken the wind. So what I want to do is focus on 2 hotspots in the Arctic, which we've already heard a lot about. And this is showing the temperature trends over the northern, the high Arctic, really. And we know that there's really rapid warming happening over on the Pacific side of the Arctic and also in the Bering Sea area. So I'm going to start out by focusing on this Pacific sector over here. Now let's take a look at what's going on in the atmosphere over there. If we look at how the air temperature has changed from 40 north up to near the North Pole. So these are temperature anomalies from, say, mid-latitudes up to the high Arctic, but also vertically in the atmosphere. And of course, we see that the warming is largest near the surface in the Arctic, and it weakens as we go up into the atmosphere. But now if we think about the impact of that warming air on the height changes in the atmosphere. So this is the anomalies in the geopotential height. So it's sort of similar to your dynamic height of the ocean, but because the atmosphere is compressible, we see that this warming is expanding the air in the Arctic especially. And as we go farther and farther up into the atmosphere, it bumps those levels in the atmosphere up higher and higher and higher. So we actually get the largest signal in the height anomaly field higher up in the atmosphere. And we see that they're large in the high Arctic, but there's also an area in the mid-latitudes where there's a pretty significant increase in the heights. But if we think about how it affects these upper level winds that control our weather, the polar jet stream and the subtropical jet stream, these are 2 jet streams that we often find, especially over the ocean areas and mostly in the wintertime. This warming over the high Arctic is actually weakening that north to south temperature gradient. So normally it's getting colder as you go from 40 north to 85 north, but because we're warming it or raising those heights so much more in the Arctic, we're reducing that poleward gradient. But this warming farther south is having the opposite effect. So it's actually increasing the gradient. And so if we look at what's happening to the wind fields also with height, these purple colors are showing us that the winds are indeed weakening because of that reduced poleward gradient, and they're strengthening farther south, but higher up in the atmosphere. So this purple area is more reflective of the polar jet stream, and the subtropical jet stream is more being affected by this upper level, more southerly height increases. So that's in the North Pacific. And, you know, when we think about the North Pacific, you all know very well that the Pacific Decadal Oscillation is also a big factor in influencing all kinds of things in this part of the region, and also particularly weather patterns. And you will recognize well, this is what we know as the cool phase of the PDO, where the cold water is basically entrenched along the west coast of North America and up into the North Pacific. And if we think about what this does to those poleward gradients, and I'm going to talk about gradients a lot, this cold water here is actually working in the same direction that the warming Arctic is. So it's amplifying the Arctic's influence on the poleward gradient. So it's also going to contribute to decreasing those zonal winds. The warm water down a little farther south and out to the west is actually going to bump up those heights in the atmosphere and maybe contribute to seeing more of these northward bulges in the atmosphere out in the western part of the North Pacific. So we've also found in some work that I did with James Green a few years ago that when the PDO is in its negative or cold phase, we tend to see an increase in Arctic amplification. And the idea here, I think, is the reason is because as we weaken those poleward gradients in the height field, we're allowing the jet stream to wander more. And so it's more apt to be able to pump more heat up into the high Arctic. So over on the positive PDO side here, we have all this warm water packed up against the west coast and up into the Northeast Pacific. And this tends to also bump up those heights in the atmosphere. And we tend to see a ridge forming along the west coast of North America because of those extra warm temperatures there. So this tends to create this ridge, we call it, or a northward swing in the jet stream when we have a positive phase in the PDO. And this has led us to come up with this hypothesis that we call it takes two to tango. And this is really getting at this interaction between what's happening in the Arctic and connecting that to this natural fluctuation that is the PDO. So if we think back to the good old days, here we've got the Pacific Ocean and North America, and the Arctic was filled with ice, and it really didn't vary all that much from year to year. As a wave came along in the jet stream with, say, a ridge or a trough, it really didn't have a whole lot of effect on the jet stream because the ice just wasn't changing and the Arctic was staying cold. But of course, now we know we've lost a lot of ice in the Pacific side of the Arctic Ocean. We've absorbed a lot of heat into the water during the summer. That heat gets sent back into the atmosphere in the fall. And this can interact with the jet stream in certain conditions. So if we were in a negative phase of the PDO, for example, where I said, you know, that warm water that tends to be in the western part of the North Pacific, and it tends to put a ridge in the jet stream over in that area, then there's really no interaction between these ridges and the heat that's contained in the Arctic. There's really no way for that to connect. But if we were in a positive phase of the PDO where the ridge were located in basically the same location as that warm water in the Pacific Arctic, then it can help build up that ridge. It helps bump up those heights in the atmosphere, and this can make that ridge stronger. It can make the wave in the jet stream larger, and we know that these large waves tend to move much more slowly from west to east, and so does the weather that they create. And so this ends up making the whole pattern much more persistent, and we've seen this in spades the last several years with a tendency for this ridge to be parked there and leading to the long-term drought that we're seeing in the western states. There is evidence in several papers for this connection that I've been talking about. Here's one example from Sung et al. In 2016. And this is a little complicated, but what we're seeing here, there's North America outlined here, there's the North Pacific Ocean, and these contours here are height anomalies in the upper atmosphere. So where they're solid, it means that the atmosphere or the height in the atmosphere is abnormally high. and the colors here are the surface temperature. So the top two panels are from observations, the bottom two panels are from the model, and all of these are in conditions of a positive PDO, but in different conditions for the Arctic. So the left two panels here are for when the Arctic is cold, and the right two panels are when the Arctic is warm. And the bottom line here is that when the Arctic is cold, but we are in a positive PDO, yes, we do see that ridge, abnormally strong ridge in the west, but when the Arctic is warm also, we see a much stronger ridge, it's expanded, and we also see a very much deeper downstream trough. And we see the very same pattern happening also in the model simulation. So that gives us credibility that this is a real connection, a real link between these two things. We can also look at this recent paper by Como and DeLuca, where they analyzed the persistence of weather patterns in the atmosphere all across the Northern Hemisphere in different regions. This is in the summer. So we got to take that into account. But if we focus on a few of the regions out in this area that we're focused on right now, what we see is that these bars here are for two different scenarios for the future, continuing on this path that we're on right now with lots of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and that continuing, and a more hopeful scenario where we are reducing our emissions of carbon dioxide. So I've circled this area over here. This is actually related to the North Pacific. All of these bars, you'll notice, are above the zero line, which means that these the weather patterns that they analyzed in the summer are becoming more persistent, more so for the future where we are increasing our emissions into the atmosphere. So we see that for the Northern Pacific, we see it for the Alaska area, and we see it for Western North America. So all of these places are seeing more persistent weather patterns, which is consistent with the idea that the warming Arctic is going to basically lead to these waves in the jet stream becoming larger. Okay, I'm going to shift focus now over to the Atlantic side of the Arctic and basically go through a similar set of plots here. We're looking at these temperature anomalies from 40 north up to the pole and up into the atmosphere. And again, we see the warming is largest near the surface, but it does extend actually quite a bit farther up into the atmosphere, but we see less warming in the mid-latitude regions, and that is creating a kind of a different pattern for the height anomalies. Again, we see this very strong increase in the height levels in the upper atmosphere, not so much in the mid-latitudes, and this shows up very clearly in the anomalies of the winds. So we're seeing a broad area of weakened upper level winds, or a weaker jet stream, and much less of an increase in the mid-latitude winds. And we can talk about, again, this two to tango idea, looking at the Eurasian side of the world, where it would tend to be more affected by the changes that are happening in the North Atlantic. So let me walk you through this. This schematic was published by Judah Cohen in 2014, and basically very similar analyses have been supporting this idea that have come out, and I just stopped listing them because I ran out of space. But here's the idea. So we're going from the fall right through to February. This blue curve here is representing the jet stream over the northern hemisphere. And this purple ring on top is the stratospheric polar vortex. So this is another factor that is involved in this complicated story. So basically, we have a climatological ridge over just west of the Bering Sea. It's not due to sea surface temperature anomalies as it was in the Pacific. In this case, it's caused by the Ural Mountains. So we tend to have a ridge forming right in this area in the jet stream. And the warming that happens in the Bering Sea is, again, bumping up those heights in the upper atmosphere. It's strengthening that ridge. That is causing stronger Siberian high that Mary-Louise talked about. And that stronger Siberian high pumps more air down from the North Pole, brings cold air down over the Siberia area and down into Central Asia. And this creates a wavier jet stream. So when the jet stream gets really wavy like this, we tend to see under certain circumstances a transferal or an exchange of wave energy from the jet stream up to the stratospheric polar vortex. And if it's strong enough and if it lasts long enough, it can disrupt the polar vortex. So instead of being circular like this, it can instead become what we call disrupted, which is this pattern over here where it's stretched out into this dumbbell shape. And when that happens, we know that it brings a lot of cold air down over the continents. It reinforces that cold air that was already there, and it can make some very severe cold spells happening in Eurasia, but also on the North American side. And that's exactly what happened a year ago, February, when we had that really severe cold spell that did so much damage in Texas. And at the same time, there was a very strong cold spell over Eurasia. But you see, at the same time, the Arctic was extremely warm. So this was an example of one of these disruptions of the stratospheric polar vortex that was initialized originally by this warming in the Bering Sea and the loss of sea ice there that had an impact actually months later.
2 minutes.
Okay. And this pattern looks a lot like the winter surface temperature trends that we've observed. So yes, it's warming in the Arctic and warming most other places, but we're seeing these cooling trends over the continent, so especially over Eurasia. And we think this is connected with an increase in the frequency of these disrupted stratospheric polar vortex events. And there is evidence now that this is actually happening, and it's been connected back again to the Bering Sea. So this is a very recent paper by Judah Cohen that came out in Science last year, and he analyzed patterns in the stratospheric polar vortex. So these are geopotential heights of the stratosphere. These are different patterns that were determined using a clustering tool. On the left here are the very symmetrically circular patterns in the stratospheric polar vortex. And as we go to the right here, these are more disrupted patterns in the stratospheric polar vortex. Below each pattern, you can see the trend over time in the occurrence of those patterns. And what you can clearly see is a decrease in these strong polar vortex events and an increase in these very disrupted polar vortex events. The P4 here is the one that occurred last February when the Texas cold wave hit. So what's coming this year? Well, it'll be interesting because we're already seeing near record low sea ice levels in the Bering Sea. This is going to set us up for absorbing a lot of extra solar radiation in that area, leading to probably a lot of warming and perhaps also triggering later on in the winter another one of these winters where we see several of these disruptions in the stratospheric polar vortex. So my parting points. Temperature gradients are everything. They make the winds. And when we mess with those gradients, we can expect to see changes in winds and changes in weather. And we certainly are seeing these gradients being changed both north to south in a hemispheric sense, but also regionally and seasonally. And that leads to a lot of complexity, but a lot of really interesting science going on. We see that these regional Arctic amplification events, so these hotspots of warming, can both enhance and reduce the influences of normal SST fluctuations like the PDO, and we can see it happening in reverse as well. So we can see, when we get one of these fluctuations in the PDO, that also feeds back to how much Arctic amplification we get through the transfer of heat from low latitudes to high latitudes. We have some new feedbacks to talk about. So when the jet stream is in one of these very amplified or meridional configurations, we see a lot more heat being transferred up to the Arctic, which in turn melts more ice, which in turn may be reinforcing some of those very wavy jet stream patterns. We see that the Arctic warming, looking at the most recent research, seems to be contributing to an increased frequency of these disrupted polar vortex events. We're seeing an increased persistence of weather regimes, and both of these can contribute to an increase in heat, in drought, and wildfires. There have been a couple of new papers just recently connecting Arctic sea ice loss with wildfires, and that's why I chose this background image for this slide. And I didn't talk about the cold blob, but it looks like that cold fresh water that's sitting there in the North Atlantic may actually be starting to influence the Bering-Kara Sea area and slowing down the heating that's happening there. But that's some new observations and not clear whether that's going to continue or not. So thank you very much for inviting me to be here. I'm sorry I'm not there to see a lot of my Arctic buddies who I haven't seen for a long time, but hopefully we'll get together soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. If you could stop sharing your screen, we'll move into the discussion portion. I'm sure everyone in the room doesn't want to stare at a big video of themselves, so I'll put it up. I know WebEx people, I don't think you can see, but if you have your video on, you're all sharing the grid on the projection, so the people in the room can see you.
Okay, well, I know I had some questions that came up in the course of the discussion. So why don't we just start off with any questions for anybody, any of our speakers?
Thank you. This is Will Woodwire, Los Alamos National Laboratory. And I guess I have a question for Jennifer. And we heard a little bit talk about this morning about the Arctic Oscillation. And I was wondering what is your view about the Arctic Oscillation and how does it relate to the other atmospheric circulation features that we have been hearing about, like the Beaufort High and things like that. Thank you.
That's a great question. I am not a big fan of the Arctic Oscillation, to be honest. I feel like it smooths out too much regional variability. And I think, it's more insightful to look at how regional Arctic amplification is unfolding and look at those downstream effects on the weather patterns. But as I tried to explain, it's not, you can't just look at the Arctic itself. It's got to be in combination with what's going on in the rest of the Pacific or what's going on in the rest of the Atlantic. And, that has everything to do with these changes in gradients that affect the winds, that affect the weather patterns. So I feel like the Arctic Oscillation is not very helpful, and sometimes it can even lead you astray because it is a hemispheric single number, and that's how I feel about it.
I have a question for John Toole. Hi, John. This is Dmitry Dukhovskoy. Going back to Atlantic water properties. Sorry if I missed this, but you didn't say anything about salinity change in the Atlantic layer. So going back to your slide at the beginning of the presentation, you showed that the sigma 0 to 28.09 tracks nicely the core of Atlantic layer. And we know that Atlantic layer becomes colder in Canadian basin, which tells me that Atlantic layer becomes fresher. Am I right?
Yes. This is the Joe Reed school that you show density and temperature. You infer salinity that preserves density, right?
Okay, are there any other questions in the room or any questions online? If you want to raise your hand. Oh, Mary-Louise.
Hi, this is Mary-Louise. This is a question for John. John, can you tell us a little bit about how the Bering Strait inflow is handled in OSTI?
Ann is online, maybe she should say.
Oh.
the model extends to mid-latitudes in the North Pacific and southern mid-latitudes in the Atlantic. And I think it is just naturally flows through in downstream, the physics dictate the flow, right? Right on?
Yeah, hi, Mary-Louise and John. Yes, the open boundary is south of the Aleutian Island, and that was on purpose to make sure that we capture the Bering slope, sorry, the Bering Sea circulation, and therefore the transport through the Bering Strait. And yes, that is simply through the atmospheric forcing as well as the oceanic open boundaries quite further south.
And you and Rebecca have actually tapped the adjoint to look at the influences and the physical mechanisms connecting the Bering Strait to the rest of the circulation, right?
That's right. Well, at least we try to understand the variability of it, and that one we were able to, for example, to disentangle and found out the contribution in the Siberian shelves has as much importance, if not more, than just the atmospheric forcing in the Bering Sea in controlling the flow in the variability through the Bering Strait.
Patrick, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi everyone. Very nice talk, everyone. And I have a question for John about the role of the circumarctic boundary current, and how much emphasis should we put on its variability. And you showed, for example, the split as it hits the Lomonosov Ridge and the partition between going basically turning northward and going right. How and sort of its driving mechanism, how much attention should we pay to that? It's often forgotten when we talk about the surface gyre circulations in the Arctic. Thank you.
Yeah, so as you just said, we're looking at a layer that is physically removed from the direct atmospheric forcing, and so there's a scientific question: is how does that surface forcing penetrate down? And then maybe it's internal dynamics. Maybe it's not surface forced. What are the physics of a boundary current over a slope encountering some kind of a change in bathymetry? The question is, in this medium resolution model, is that represented accurately in ASTA? It'd be interesting to look at higher resolution models, as we'll hear about later in the week, I think. And then, so Rebecca actually has a paper analyzing some current meter records from that area. Very interesting. It's another interesting place to make sustained measurements. Again, I don't know how we could ever do that in the near term, but interesting physics going on there.
Can I ask a follow-up question? And that would be the exchange, the distribution of the Atlantic water to the interior, right? Again, what's the exchange processes between the boundary current and the of course, which ASTA probably won't capture very well due to its resolution, but it's the importance of its mechanism, or again looking at the the spreading of that layer.
Yeah, as I mentioned, everybody's cartoons for Atlantic water circulation have flow along the Lomonosov Ridge all the way to Greenland. At 12 or 15 kilometer resolution model, I don't know how that works. I mean, the Atlantic water layer is hundreds of meters above the bathymetry as well, in addition. So physically, does the Atlantic water layer feel the bottom and resist flow across F over H contours, even though it's stratified? I don't know. Good questions, but I don't know.
Hi, this is Varys Ramsey with NOAA. This is a question for Jennifer Francis. Can you link back the gradient in temperature to storminess along the East Coast as well?
Absolutely. What creates the storm track is the area of strongest gradients in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So anything that affects where that gradient sets up is going to affect the storm track along the East Coast and, as Mary-Louise talked about, up into the North Atlantic. So, so what we're seeing along the East Coast of the United States or along the East Coast of North America now is a rapid warming. And so that is also altering the horizontal gradients in temperature, which of course are going to have an impact on where that storm track is. And the cold blob up in the north part of the North Atlantic will also affect where the storm track is. So that cold blob is going to increase the gradient south of it and decrease it north of it. And so there's all kinds of really interesting changes happening, some of which are forced and some are not.
Thank you.
John, I see you have your hand up if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I've got a question for Jamie. So in your merged time series of sea surface height or dynamic topography, when you did an EOF, you basically got two leading EOFs. One was the older period and one was the newer period. But you also seem to say that the pattern of variability was the same across these two eras. And, EOFs by definition are orthogonal. And so how can you say that it's one pattern when the merged time series gives you two EOFs of comparable amplitude that are by definition orthogonal?
Well, yeah, I would say that they're similar in the respect of having that action over the Russian side of the Arctic. I think in the let's call it the old EOF, in other words, the one that's similar to the pre-1990 EOF. That one is pretty much a kind of if it was a drum head, it'd be a monopole. In other words, it just goes up and down over the Makarov Basin. The EOF 2, or the one that's similar to the satellite period, it's a sort of a dipole in the sense that it seems like there's one action center is across the Russian side of the Arctic, and the other one is actually in the central Arctic, kind of at the North Pole. So they're different in that regard. They're similar in not having a dipole that's Eurasian basin, Canadian basin. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's unfortunate that we can't go back in time and sample correctly.
Well, yeah. I think if it's I thought of one thing that makes me think would make you think perhaps that the old EOF 1 of the combined record, or EOF 1 of the dynamic height record, could have been real, and that is in our 2021 paper. If we look at the anomalies at the dynamic height along the cruise track of the Pargo, which was really pretty remarkable because it went all around the Arctic Ocean. It's pretty much like EOF 1. I think we explain 76% of the variance along that track with something that's related to EOF 1 of the combined record, or EOF 1 of the old record. So I'm not so sure I would totally discount that there's actually been a change in the way the circulation goes, so that the EOF maybe does have a different character now. And it would sort of, you could conjecture at least, that since sea ice conditions have changed so much, yeah, maybe the response of the ocean is changing too in its general character. But you know, I can only make conjectures about that.
Hi, this is Marian Alberti from Princeton. I actually have a question for you, Jamie. So you brought up the lack of observations in the Russian side of the basin, where you see that strong signal in the satellite record. And you posed this question of needing observations. And I was just thinking, you know, we're relying a lot on the Grangian observing systems, and there's a strong divergent flow, which you showed in your slides there, and whether you had some suggestions for either more Eulerian or other observing platforms which could meet the need that you're highlighting.
Yeah, that's the $64,000 question. Well, actually, 64,000. That's in probably 1960s terms of money, but it's the big question. There's, as John has pointed out, it's not for the lack of trying that we don't have more observations over on that side of the Arctic. And I think Ignatius is going to talk about what he's been trying to do to get more buoys over there and that kind of thing. But, it's the anticyclonic regions tend to be convergent and the cyclonic regions are divergent. So it's sort of like you put a buoy in there, a cyclonic region, and it's going to tend to flee. And things stay forever in this Beaufort Gyre sometimes. I mean, I remember the ice island T3 rattled around in the Beaufort Gyre for 2 decades. So, yeah, we're kind of up against the physics there. But I think there are ways to get over there. They're expensive, but I think that was kind of what happened in the 90s. I think Al Gore put out on a submarine, got interested in the effect of global change on the Arctic, and a result, among a lot of other things, was this Gore-Chernomyrdin agreement, and things like the Cysex cruises. I think we're going to have to use some expensive pieces of equipment to get over in that area and just keep salting it with Lagrangian drifters and put out moorings and do repeat surveys. I mean, the technology exists. It's just expensive. I hope we talk about that a lot in the next, especially tomorrow.
Okay, I see, John, you have your hand back up.
Yeah. Cecilia, I have a question about your bottom pressure measurements. You talked about bottom pressure and atmospheric sea level pressure. Does an inverted barometer not work here?
Thank you. Hi, John. I think it's mostly compensated at the timescales that we are seeing. So when there was a study by Ron Kwok, I forget now the year, probably 2006, and he took a bunch of observations showing that when we are talking about timescales of 4 days to up to seasonal or maybe even more, the barotropic, the inverted barometer adjustment is essentially 1-to-1. And so that's lucky to us, right? Because then we don't have to worry much about that. However, I do see if I remove the atmospheric pressure above from the ocean bottom pressure record. And that was just like a side experiment trying to see how much difference it would make. When I removed that, I still found the gradients, the same gradient forcing this up and down, and not the variability was not much of how much the sea level pressure on top of it was varying more than the gradients that I had seen. So then I was like, well, okay, then I'll take the inverted barometer. So yeah, there was not much change.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I'm Qiang Wang from Alfred Wegener Institute. I have a question to Zheng. So we are talking about ocean surface circulation in the first two talks, and you analyzed the Atlantic water layer. So did you try to find out the signal of surface circulation regime in the Atlantic water layer circulation?
No, we haven't done that. This was very much a descriptive style analysis, but definitely could be done. And with the adjoint mechanism, could actually look at the physics associated with flow variations at depth.
Yeah, because this system ideally is more reliable than the free-run model simulation with a lot of uncertainty. Maybe it's really can extend, the analysis can be extended to have a better understanding related to the circulation in different layers.
Yeah, hi, this is Anne. I wanted to address also the previous question. And I think I will have a couple of slides tomorrow during my talk to also discuss a little bit the kind of uncertainty we have in terms of the parameter space that results in the different circulation. So a circulation, we can use the adjoint to understand. But the adjoint will again rely on the model physics, right? Because the adjoint is simply propagating back the sensitivity or the physics as expressed in the equations. So some of the things that we are also trying to do is trying to understand the physics itself, or trying to constrain the parameters that goes into the physics. And from there, we can hopefully have a better understanding. But I will show a couple of slides tomorrow, maybe to highlight more the difficulties, or at least how we could try to address them.
Hi, this is Mary-Louise. I have a question for Cecilia. You showed this with these blocking patterns, an increase in Atlantic water transport. Is this at all related to Atlantification? Like this more blocking patterns, say, in the future? I don't know.
Thank you. I think they are related. I have not done the examination of this myself, but just looking at what the references have shown, and Polyakov has shown this increase in heat coming in through the Atlantic. And I do think that these are related, and it's just that we typically don't see observations in the day-to-day variability. We tend to average them out into monthly timescales, and then it's harder to pinpoint what actually was due to these blocking events with this winter and what was not. And maybe this is gaining a little more attention, so I'm hoping that we will see more stronger links between these, the so-called Atlantification, and but it does point towards that. Like I think all of this is consistent with this increase of blocking or storm events here.
This is Subra Balusu. I have a quick question to Jennifer. You talked about the PDO and connection to Arctic amplification. So you looked on the decadal sense. What about the California blob during that time? Even though that is 3-4 years, have you seen any much difference during that time than PDO?
I haven't compared that period where the PDO was positive starting in, say, winter of 2013, and then it flipped to negative just like a couple years ago. But I would have to, an educated guess would be that the warm blob just made the positive PDO even more influential. And we did see the beginning of this long-term drought situation in Western states right about that same time. So I think it did have an impact, but it's tied in with ENSO as well. I didn't want to get into ENSO, but there's all these other natural fluctuations happening in the system, and it's really hard to untangle. But I think the warm blob did just accentuate what the positive PDO pattern was doing at that time.
Wilbert Wire again, just to follow up on this question. Do you have any sense of, to the extent that the Atlantic multidecadal variability affects the Arctic?
Yeah, so my understanding about the AMO, or sometimes called the AMV, has kind of been downplayed in the most recent work, especially by Michael Mann, who kind of came up with the AMO. He's pretty well said, well, we don't really think it's there anymore. It's not a real thing. I think that the Atlantic is really undergoing more of a broad warming, which of course is actually enhancing that poleward gradient as you warm it would be the sort of mid-latitudes of the ocean, of the North Atlantic relative to the Arctic. So that would have an impact on increasing that poleward gradient. But then you've got the cold blob sitting there. So that's throwing a wrench into that whole situation. But yeah, whenever you have a warmer North Atlantic than normal, then you're going to increase that gradient, and you will see you'll tend to see a stronger jet stream coming into Western Europe and bringing especially stormy winters. But the cold blob is changing that scenario quite a bit. And so we're seeing a very strong jet kind of come around the bottom of the cold blob. And that's why we've been seeing some big storms coming into especially the UK over the last few winters.
Hi, this is Mary-Louise. Jennifer, can you maybe tell us, like, what's the present understanding about the dynamics of the system? And I know there were debates maybe years ago now about whether you'd get a more wavy jet stream or a less wavy jet stream, and the underlying dynamical reasons why. What's like our present understanding? Where do things stand now with respect to that debate?
Yeah.
Oh, you're muted, Jen. Maybe.
Yeah, Jen, I'm not getting any audio here.
I did unmute myself. I'm unmuted.
There we go.
Okay. So the debate is still alive and well. And I think the discussions now are delving deeper into, different linkage mechanisms that operate in different regions, in different seasons, and under different background conditions. And that's why I couldn't present kind of a nice, simple story today, because we are trying to investigate, okay, we know that the mechanisms are different in the different phases of the PDO. They're different when the cold blob's there. I mean, there are all these other factors that come into play. So it's just not as simple as it used to be thought of. So I think generally speaking, nobody would say that there is no connection between the Arctic warming almost 4 times faster than the rest of the globe. And the question is really, how does that play out in particular years with all of these other factors being in the stages that they are? So yeah, the story's just gotten a lot more interesting and nuanced. But I think the idea of a weakened gradient in a location and these blobs of warm water, say, in certain places, generally do tend to create situations where you get a ridge forming in a certain area. And if you also have a warm Arctic happening at the same time, then you're going to see an accentuation of that ridge. Clearly, we're seeing connections playing out in the observations between winters when there's a very warm Arctic and extremely cold or snowy patterns, especially in the eastern half of North America. That has been pretty well documented. But like I said, there's still a lot to unravel, and this new story about the stratospheric polar vortex being involved is another major factor, and a lot of the models really don't capture the variations in the stratospheric polar vortex very well. So I think that's a big focus in the research right now.
Well, I had a question for Mary-Louise. I was struck by one thing that I didn't quite understand. I think at one point you said that the eddy dissipation of the Gyre was high enough so that it was dominating the ice drag and dissipation in the surface layer. Is that true? I mean, the timescales that we used to see for dissipation by eddies was quite small compared to that due to dissipation in the boundary layer.
Yeah, so I just to clarify what I was meaning to say, at least, the eddy activity in the water column is sufficient to balance the wind energy input. So within the extent that we can actually quantify what it's actually doing, how much it's fluxing down the gradient, the potential energy gradient, there's enough there. So it's not like, oh, we need some other source or something. Hello? It's not like we need some other source, say. But I mean, there's huge uncertainty with that. So I wouldn't say that ice ocean drag matters more than eddies, or eddies matter more than ice ocean drag. There's strong seasonality and timescale differences associated with these things.
Mary-Louise, are you saying that the conversion of mean potential energy to eddy kinetic energy is comparable to the wind energy going into the mean potential energy?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the other part of that was also showed that because the ice is thinner, we're actually getting more buildup in the gyre in the summertime, and then it's being drawn down in the wintertime because the ice stiffens up. But that whole Ekman pumping process what that says to me is that in the wintertime, we're in the situation where the ice is trying to drag the ocean along. And so Ekman pumping reverses and it pulls it down, which makes me think that it's still this braking effect of having an ice cover that's pulling the energy out of the gyre.
Yeah. So it could very well be, especially since if we're intensifying, if we're spinning up the gyre more, then we're spinning it down more in the wintertime when we have this concentrated sea ice cover. But I guess the point is, there's still a lot of open questions, but in general, it seems like both dissipation by the sea ice pack and dissipation by baroclinic eddies play a role in setting timescales for spin up of the gyre.
Okay.
Hey, I just want to follow up on that. So Mary-Louise, what is the difference? So they both play a role. Are there different roles? Different timescales, different, I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah, so you can view it as two different dynamical mechanisms, say. Like the eddy mechanism is nominally you steepen isopycnals when you're spinning up this wind-driven gyre to the point that the isopycnals collapse under baroclinic instability. Flexing out fresh water and dissipating energy in the process, right? So that's the balance that that John just described back to us. With the under ice balance, that's a frictional, that's an Ekman process, right? So, maybe there are eddies associated with that, and it's very difficult to measure eddies in that very close to the ice interface. But in one case, you've got a baroclinic instability, and in the other case, you've got frictional dissipation.
And the two have very different vertical structure, right? Ekman layer, a few tens of meters, eddy first baroclinic mode, hundreds of meters, and so the lateral flux of anomaly out of the gyre is going to be different depending on the two mechanisms.
Okay, yeah, I mean, thank you. I mean, so there's different physics, but I guess I was looking for not the trees, but the forest. Like, what's the bottom line here? Like eddies matter for this, and the ice spin down thing matters for that. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and you want us to put two different time scales on this, right? And one of the reasons why that's very difficult is because diffusive flux is associated with eddies. It's difficult to put a time scale on that because we can't very well constrain those diffusivities. But you could say on seasonal time scales, sea ice matters, as we see, the reversal of the Ekman pumping from season to season. And maybe on longer than seasonal timescales, the eddy fluxes matter. But the point is they're both happening at the same time. So it's a little more nuanced than just saying that. But maybe that will help a little.
I think that's about all the time we have for discussion because it's now time for lunch.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to our afternoon session. And our first talk is going to be by Francesca Doglioni at AVI. So thanks, Francesca. Take it away.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. It's really nice to be here today. I mean, it would be much nicer to be there in presence, but that's how it goes right now. My name is Francesca. I'm doing my PhD at the Alfred Wegener Institute, and today I just present a list of persons that I've been collaborating with in these years on the right, because in the talk that I will give today, I just took bits and pieces from my PhD work, and But I will specifically focus more on sea level seasonality and what these patterns in sea level seasonality mean for also the seasonality of slope currents. And so first of all, I wanted to give an outline of my talk, and I will first of all give a quick overview what I mean by slope currents, and then I will try to explain whether this kind of slope currents can actually be seen by altimetry, and for this I will look at results from an altimetry dataset that I produced during my PhD time. And last, I want to try to discuss whether the satellite altimetry can actually be used to link a single in situ more derived results to a more large-scale variability and its forcing. So going to what I mean by slope currents, well, you have seen several of these schematics, and this one is taken from Aksanov et al. And it shows how complicated this circulation in the Arctic. But what I mean by slope currents are these topographically guided currents that enters the Arctic through Bering Strait and the Bering Sea opening and flow cyclonically in the Arctic Ocean, and they're very important for exchange of heat and fresh water with the subarctic seas. And these actually in the Arctic Ocean, it's very difficult to observe, especially currents at the sea surface. And in this case, they have been using model data and few mooring data. And another study that tried to synthesize these in situ observations is the one from Dyrskov et al. From 2015, where they used several mooring along these slope currents to give a description of the vertical distribution, vertical profile of these slope currents. But then my question in this talk is basically, can we use altimetry to study the variability of these currents, which would be a really important tool that can be maintained as long, of course, as the satellite flies. And so, first of all, I want to look at a gridded data set that I produced during my PhD time and look at whether this data set is capable to resolve these currents. And before introducing the data set, I just wanted to mention a couple of challenges that, in my view, are still present for satellite altimetry in the Arctic. Of course, they're not all, but and one is that there are still today very few missions that cover the high latitudes in the central Arctic. These are Cryosat and ISAT 1 and 2. And then even when we do have observations, the observation in ice-covered region require dedicated processing. So sometimes ice-covered, ice-free regions are not treated in the same way. And that's why to date there are very few homogeneously gridded data sets that are publicly available to enhance climatic studies, basically, so long-term studies. In the first phase of my PhD, I generated a dataset of sea level anomaly and geostrophic velocity for the Arctic Ocean, and this was based on Cryosat 2 data. It included both ice-covered regions and ice-free regions, and these data were gridded monthly over a time span of 10 years. And at the moment, this dataset is uploaded to Pangea, and I hope that the associate manuscript will be accepted soon, and that this dataset will be available. And this is an example of what the dataset consists in, and we have seen such maps quite a lot today already. But then one result from this first part that it's relevant for the talks of today is a comparison that I did between these geostrophic velocities and two mooring-based velocities. And these are from two moorings in the Bering Strait and along the continental slope of the Laptev Sea. And these two arrays cover two parts of the slope currents, which is the West Spitsbergen current and the Arctic boundary current. And what I want to show here is the component normal to these two transects from altimetry and from mooring, and how it evolves over the years, so 2 time series. And the red line is from altimetry and the blue line is from mooring data. And what you can take from these 2 time series is that there is correlation between mooring and altimetry data, and especially the correlation is evident in the phase of the seasonality, and also somehow in the year-to-year variability of the seasonality. So we can, to answer to the question, we can say that the boundary current seasonality is somehow resolved. And so with this result, I want to go back to the third question, which is then, can we use this altimetry data to study the large-scale variability in the slope currents and see what are its forcings? So to answer this, I want first to go back to the altimetry data set, in particular to the geostrophic velocities. What I show here is an average field of geostrophic velocity in the period of October to December. And this is overlaid to seasonal speed anomalies. So how the speed in this field are anomalous with respect to the long-term mean in this specific period. And you can see that there is positive anomaly distributed along the slope, especially in this Eurasian part of the Arctic. And so this means that in this early winter period, there is an acceleration of the slope currents in the early Arctic. And this is in the Eurasian Arctic. And this is consistent actually with several mooring inferred results around the Arctic, and I've just selected the positions on this map. And so once we have this result, we can kind of go backward and see, can we identify what is the sea surface side variability that is somehow responsible for this slope current variability. And to talk about this, I want to go to a very basic principle about geostrophy, which is, so the geostrophic current speed is related to the horizontal gradient in sea surface side, which means that the steeper is the slope in sea surface side, the strongest are the geostrophic currents. And the steepness of this current, of this sea surface side is induced by the variability that can be steric variability, so expansion or contraction of the water column, or mass variability, which is contraction, which means convergence or divergence of water mass. And so my question right now is, what is the nature of the sea surface high variability that contributes to this, to the modulation of the slope currents on the seasonal time scale? And to do this, I looked, of course, at my SAGA data set, so the satellite data, and I also used monthly maps from the Faison model, it's a sea ice ocean model that is very finely tuned for the Arctic and is forced by the atmospheric reanalysis Gyre 55. And so a first result that I want to show from this analysis is seasonal differences, so differences between October, November, December, and June, July, August. And in particular, here I show differences in sea surface side. So this is from the satellite data, from the altimetry maps. And what you can see is that all this area is red, which means that in winter, the surface is much higher than in summer. And this difference is much stronger in the shelf regions, and it decreases until it sharply decreases at the shelf break. So we actually have a sharp decrease in these seasonal differences at the shelf break, which means that basically at the shelf break, there is a modulation of the sea surface gradient between summer and winter. And this is also present in the model data. So if we do the same analysis with model data, we do observe the same. And with starting from model data, what I could do is to separate these differences into a steric component and a mass component. And so I did the same analysis, seasonal differences, and this is the pattern that I observed. And what we can say is that in general, the steric differences are much more confined to specific regions and generally on small scales, whereas the mass, ocean mass differences are much more distributed on a large scale and actually do follow these topographic features, of the bottom topography, basically. So we can say that this large-scale acceleration of the geostrophic currents are related to variability in the ocean mass that steepen the gradient of sea surface height at the shelf break in winter.
5 minutes.
So, sorry?
Just 5 minutes left.
Oh yeah, sure. I added a couple of discussion points, and first of all is what everyone think of. Can we explain this variability in ocean mass on the shelf by Ekman transport? And the second one is, still, how are these oscillations so much confined to the shelf seas? And these are really just point for thought. The results are still not very strong, so I will kind of go quickly on this. And the first question about Ekman transport, to try to answer that, I looked at the shelf seas box and the transect around it, and looked at and computed the Ekman transport across this shelf break onto the shelf, starting from surface stress, basically. And what I'm showing you here is climatologies of ocean mass and the time integrated Ekman transport, which means, so you will see here two curves. The yellow one indicates how the average ocean mass equivalent height on the shelf varies with the seasons, and the black one shows basically what is the sea surface height variability induced by the water mass transport by Ekman transport. And you can see that they are mostly aligned in phase, so we could say that the Ekman transport drives this variability on the shelf seas, but at the same time you see there is a large mismatch in the order of magnitude, with the Ekman transport being much larger than what actually the sea surface height variability. So there is probably some compensating mechanism, but to date I still don't come to that. And then the second question was why these oscillations are confined to the shelf seas. And to this end, I just wanted to share a figure from a paper from Fukumori et al., where they applied wind forcing for about 1 hour along the shelf break, and they observed how the ocean bottom pressure, so the ocean mass, varies. And you can see that there are positive and negative anomalies of ocean bottom pressure across the shelf break, and that these two kind of propagate separately in the deep and shallow regions. And this could be an idea toward which to look, like what would happen under persistently anomalous seasonal winds. But this is, as I said, to be continued still. So I want to give a summary about what I've been talking about. And one point was what kind of temporal and spatial scale can we resolve from gridded altimetry products, and we can resolve boundary currents, and in particular the seasonal and longer time scales. And on the second point, like we can actually trace back a large-scale acceleration in the slope currents to seasonal mass oscillations on the shelves, which tentatively could be linked to Ekman transport, but there is still some mismatch in the order of magnitude. And so this was all, and I thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, you can ask now or write me an email.
Thanks, Francesca. That was really interesting. I think we have time for one question, right, Sam? Does anybody have a question? I do have a question, if that's okay. Francesca, I'm wondering, did you do any comparisons of direct velocity measurements with the inferred geostrophic velocity measurements from the DOT product, and if so, how do they compare?
Yeah, probably it wasn't that clear, but this comparison that I showed here was exactly that. So these are mooring derived currents, and these are the blue ones, and the orange one are basically the geostrophic velocities normal to this transect, so at the same mooring, and these are basically the currents within the West Spitsbergen current in the Fram Strait here below, and the Arctic boundary current on the top part. And this is basically how they compare. They have a relatively high correlation, at least that's also significant. But you can see that this is mostly related to that they have a consistent seasonal cycle, and also interannual variability, basically.
Yeah, I see. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So we're going to move over to our live now. Great. Thanks again, Francesca.
Thank you.
And next up is Mike Steele. Thanks, Mike.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the invitation, opportunity to talk. So I'm going to talk today about, I changed the title slightly. You okay? Okay. About the role of upper Arctic ocean warming, the role of the atmosphere. I'm not a real meteorologist, but I worked with some meteorologists who are shown here. On the left is Li, who's a student at University of California, Santa Barbara, and colleagues there, and Ann Sled, who's a postdoc at NOAA in Boulder. So I'll probably mangle this. My apologies to the meteorologists. Okay, so first I want to start with the time series that we all know and love. The sea ice extent in September is going down, of course. You may not be aware that unfortunately we're losing ice even in areas where we thought it would hang around for a long time. We've written a couple of papers now about this Wandel Sea, which is the area north of Greenland, which had a polynya in the winter of 2018. And then in the summer of 2020, the Mosaic ship was able to reposition to the North Pole right through this area that it sort of shouldn't have been able to go through. And our analysis of the biomass model indicates that there was a rather robust near surface temperature maximum and ice albedo feedback in this icy area that, well, it surprised me, shall we say. Another aspect of ice retreat that you see nowadays is really interesting, complicated two-dimensional geometry of the ice pack at the end of summer with, peninsulas of ice and islands and lacuna and all sorts of cool stuff happening. And here is what the sea surface temperature field looks like in that situation at the end of summer last year. So ice mixed in with open water, cold water, warm water, an interesting melange of crazy stuff happening. And of course, a lot of red in this picture, so it's warm up there. And so I want to take you back in time just for fun, for a few slides. This is where it all started for me in a paper I wrote, we wrote in 2008, where what you're seeing here are sea surface temperature anomalies from the satellite record, focusing on 2007 when there was that big ice retreat and very red warming down there in at the bottom of the slide here. And the title of our paper included the phrase past 100 years because we blended in situ observations from the World Ocean Database with satellite observations. I gave a talk at AGU in December 2007 and got interviewed by a bunch of media. It was sort of the apex of my media career, or shall we maybe say the nadir, because I acquired my own personal climate crank who proceeded to write me several dozen emails and registered letters noting that I was talking about warming trends over the past 100 years, and yet the Polar Science Center where I work has only been in operation since 1978. So clearly I'm only a scientist in quotation marks. And wrote to the dean, wrote to the president of the university. The last thing I got was a threat to be brought to the attention of Fox News, which did not happen. I went to an attorney at sometime during this time, and he recommended that I send the guy a reprint and ignore him. I did both those things, and luckily he went away. So that's my sad story there. So why is it warming in the Arctic at the surface? And here was an analysis we did using the biomass model. And what we found was that over this Pacific sector in the summer of 2007, atmospheric heating, surface heat fluxes were about 5 times the magnitude of lateral ocean heat flux convergence. So, warm currents coming up from the south. So if you live near Alaska, that's a big effect. But over the, the large area of open water in 2007, it was mostly about the atmosphere. So here is a nice figure Mary-Louise produced showing linear August sea surface temperature trends over the past 40-ish years. And so, it's warmer by a few degrees Celsius in the Arctic relative to what it used to be. And this was published in NOAA's State of the Arctic report. So NOAA is, interested in this now. And so I've been working with the people there to try to improve their global gridded sea surface temperature product. It's sometimes called Reynolds, but Dick Reynolds retired a long time ago, so you should call it OISST. That stands for Optimal Interpolation, SST. And when we looked initially, we found that the temperatures under the ice pack, while cool, were not cool enough, right? They were above the freezing point, a little too warm. So we used our uptempo buoy data, this network of buoys, drifting buoys that I have up there to look at upper ocean temperatures, to make this plot of how SST varies across the marginal ice zone, and then use that information to create OISST version 2.1. This is the latest version. And in the Arctic, under the ice, sea surface temperature varies with a freezing point and linearly with sea ice concentration tuned to the buoys. And I also convinced them to make the freezing point a function of the climatological sea surface salinity because they were using a fixed minus 1.8 degrees C, as unfortunately several other international SST products still do. So I highly recommend, if you want an observed SST product, this is one of the better ones for the Arctic. Okay, so here's the question for today. How much of this observed warming trend is due to global warming, due to anthropogenic greenhouse gases that we're pumping into the atmosphere, the forced phenomenon, versus internal climate variability, just the vagaries of the climate getting warm and cold and high pressures and low pressures, nothing to do with human beings. So before I answer that question, I'm going to answer the same question, but applied to Arctic sea ice loss. So this is the subject of Qinghua Ding's poster, which I highly recommend you check out because I'm probably going to mangle this, but I'll do my best. Here we have a plot that shows the observed trend in summertime 700 millibar geopotential height. And what it shows is essentially that there's been a trend over the last 40-ish years of increasing high pressure and anticyclonic winds. The vectors are the winds. And so what that gets you, excuse me, what that gets you is two things. First of all, in high pressure, you get subsidence. The air is coming downward and adiabatically warming. And then it's taking all that moisture in the atmosphere and shoving it down near the surface, so you get a wetter, cloudier surface, which increases the downwelling long-wave radiation. Both those things tend to melt ice. But we still have, in this plot, a mixture of internal climate variability and global warming. So, we still need to tease those two things apart. And the classic way you do that is you look at the mean of a bunch of climate model runs, coupled climate model runs, an ensemble of 40 runs. And when you average them all out, you average out the internal climate variability, and you just get left the global warming signal. And so there it is on the left. And it's kind of like a very weak version of what's on the right. And with some additional analysis, conclusion is that about 40% of Arctic sea ice loss from internal climate variability. 40%. Just internal climate variability. Nothing to do with global warming. And why is this? Why do we have this big yellow blob in the Arctic? Tsinghua would tell you that it's ultimately forced by what's happening in the tropical Pacific, with Rossby waves bringing that information up into the Arctic. Okay, enough about ice. Let's talk about sea surface temperature. So here we have 3 time series of upper ocean, upper 50 meters ocean temperature in the Arctic region there on the lower left. And in blue is the ocean reanalysis Aura S5 from ECMWF. Red is SODA from Jim Carton at University of Maryland. Yellow is the German effort using the ECHO reanalysis. All warming. And then the black is a time series on a slightly different scale of the tempo buoy data. A slightly different scale because, as you can see in the lower left, the buoys don't really cover the same region as this Arctic region. So, I want to point out that this is what we're looking at here is meteorologists using ocean reanalyses as truth. And before I saw John Toole's talk, I thought maybe that would upset some people, because an ocean reanalysis is a model plus observations, and maybe you think you should just do pure observations, but I'm not even sure this is so bad. Obviously, John doesn't think it's so bad. I mean, it's a dynamical interpolation as opposed to a statistical interpolation, becoming a thing. And, it's what we've been doing when we look up into the atmosphere for a long time. And I know there's meteorologists who've never been super happy about that. Okay, so this is for the fall. I wanted to point out this for the fall because it takes a while for the ice to melt, and then the ocean warms up. So here we've got in green one of those reanalyses, call it observations, upper ocean Arctic warming, and in red is the global warming signal from the mean of an ensemble of runs, and it's also warming. And the analysis indicates that about half of the observed upper ocean warming is from global warming. Half, not 100%, about half. Here is the internal climate variability calculation, where you take the coupled model and you strongly nudge the winds to observations while fixing the CO2. And so it's kind of similar to if you just ran a forced ice ocean model with varying winds and fixed CO2. And it's really the attempt to figure out the effect on upper Arctic ocean warming of that big yellow blob, of the sort of coincidental trend in sea level pressure over the Arctic. And you get an answer of about a quarter of the observed warming is from internal climate variability. And if you just look at the last couple of decades, it's well over 50%. Well over 50% of Arctic ocean warming the last couple of decades is due to internal climate variability. And that's important because Global warming, we expect that signal, the anthropogenic greenhouse gas signal, it's just going to increase, for a while, monotonically increase. But internal climate variability, who knows? Go up, go down. We don't know. I want to shift just in the last few minutes I have to talking about not multi-year change in SST, but what's happening on a seasonal basis. I'll have to make this fast. What controls how warm the Arctic Ocean gets at the surface every summer? And we did a study a few years ago where we found that a lot of the control is from the earlier ice retreat makes a warmer sea surface temperature. It's not brain surgery. When the ice goes away, the sun can warm up the water. If the ice doesn't go away, the sun has trouble warming up the water. So then my colleague Jennifer Kay said, well, what about clouds? Okay, the ice went away early this year, but it was super cloudy. So we should look at that. And so here are some figures from a paper just about ready to submit where we looked at that effect. So on the left, we're looking at the correlation of the day that the ice retreats with the maximum sea surface temperature that year. And dark blue colors mean a high correlation, a high relationship between that. 3 cases, pre-industrial CO2, present-day CO2, and a whole bunch of CO2, where in fact the ice in the Arctic becomes seasonally seasonally ice-free. So dark blue colors at first, and then with a whole bunch of CO2, less influence of this date of retreat. Flip side is the clouds, and so it's sort of the opposite. The clouds aren't having a super strong effect in pre-industrial and present day. There's some cooling in the south, some warming in the north. But in the future, as the ice retreat gets earlier and earlier, the cloud influence gets stronger and stronger. That's what's shown here. As ice retreats earlier, clouds will play a bigger role. So in summary, early midsummer, what do clouds do? They cool, they reduce sea surface temperature, they block the sunlight, they decrease downwelling shortwave. And as we get earlier and earlier ice retreat, we're seeing an Arctic Ocean that looks like a regular boring ocean, I would say. Like ice doesn't play a role anymore. It retreated so early, who cares? So it's cloudy this summer, cooler SST. It's not so cloudy, warmer SST. And then the other part of this was about late summer and fall, when the oceans absorbed whatever heat it's absorbed. And now if it's cloudy, it's trapping that heat and increasing downwelling long wave. And maybe I shouldn't have said now and always, but certainly now, Arctic SST is strongly influenced by what happens in the tropical Pacific, and it could change tomorrow. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Great. We have lots of time for questions. Yeah, we have like 5 minutes.
Oh.
Thanks. Nice talk, Mike. Thank you. Wilbert Weyer here. Just wanted to ask you if you could elaborate on that internal variability paradigm. Of course, there has to be a kind of a long time scale in that. So do you have any thoughts on what causes that long time scale increase in the or decrease in the sea ice caused by internal variability?
So the internal climate variability is forced, like I say, ultimately by tropical Pacific stuff, Rossby waves coming into the Arctic and creating a long-term trend in circulation, essentially. What more can I say? What are you getting at?
Well, is associated with PDO or so, or is it? I mean.
Oh, I see. More about the you want to know more about the tropical Pacific thing? You got to look at Qinghua's paper, Qinghua's poster. That's what I would. That's my answer.
Thanks.
Mike, it's a nice talk. So when you're considering the SST variability, I understand you're considering the clouds. So basically it means you are looking at the outgoing long wave radiation, OLR. But what about the sensible and latent heat fluxes? They play a major role than the OLR.
Thanks for that question. I probably should have covered that. But I disagree with what you said. The Arctic is very radiationally forced, okay? It's mostly about radiation, shortwave and long-wave radiation. And turbulent fluxes don't play a big role over the large-scale picture, over long time scales. If you're just offshore of Siberia and it's really hot in the summer there, and there's some hot winds coming off, yeah. So maybe on the shelves there is some turbulent flux influence, but over the large scale, Ron Lindsay, our colleague who retired a few years ago, looked at a whole bunch of the Russian drifting ice camp observations and wrote a great single-author paper about sort of the average surface energy balance over the Arctic, and it's all about radiation.
I see we have a question online from John.
Hi, this is for Francesca. I was curious if you looked at GRACE to see if there is indeed mass accumulation or removal over the shelf, since that's measuring the total mass of water, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I compared actually the model fields to GRACE seasonal maps, and they do agree, of course, with slightly different resolution, but yeah, there is this pattern with this dipole between the shelf and the deep regions. Yeah.
Because I guess the issue with the Ekman layer is you also have a bottom Ekman layer where the transport is in the opposite direction. So you're worrying about the net Ekman transport on and off the shelf.
But actually, I guess the bottom Ekman layer is where the model has more problems because of how the bottom is represented.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Hi, thank you, Mike. Just a quick question on the sea ice decline with those internal variability versus the global warming. I know the sea ice is also declining in wintertime. Have you thought about that sort of the relationship would change? We going to look at the winter season?
I mean, yeah, you're right. The sea ice is declining in winter. I can't remember if Tsinghua looked at that in his paper about ice. But, you know, I'm all about SST, and so in winter, you know, whatever, right? I mean, it's mostly about the summer warming that I'm looking at. Maybe there are, I mean, in winter, maybe there are SST trends way out on the periphery of the big ice pack. I haven't really looked at that in.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks again, Mike. We have to move on to our next speaker now. Thanks, Mike. Okay, our next speaker is Laramie Jensen. Thanks, Laramie.
Great. Thanks. Hi, everybody. My name is Laramie Jensen. I'm a postdoc here at the University of Washington at the Cooperative Institute for Climate, Ocean, and Ecosystem Studies, split between the Polar Science Center at APL and the School of Oceanography, also at UW. So a lot of this work was heavily sponsored by those institutions, and I couldn't have done it without my advisors, Rebecca Woodgate and Randy Bundy. So we were just talking at lunch about feeling like a bit of an interloper, but I feel like maybe one of the bigger ones as a chemist. So I want to start with some background about what are trace metals and why do we care about them in the ocean. So trace metals are found in really small quantities. We're talking nano or picomolar level concentrations, but they actually represent essential micronutrients for phytoplankton in the surface ocean. And we're talking about elements like manganese, iron, nickel, copper, zinc, etc. And I often like to show them like this with their periodic table information to remind you that we're talking about that middle section of the periodic table, transition elements, so-called because they can exchange electrons really readily, which makes them very useful as catalysts for different metabolic reactions. So things like photosynthesis, as well as nitrogen fixation, the transport of carbon in and out of cells, et cetera. And I draw all these arrows too, not to be intentionally confusing, but to sort of let you know that one process might be satisfied by multiple metals, and multiple metals have multiple uses in cells. What this kind of boils down to is that if we looked at the typical stoichiometry of a cell in the ocean, you'll notice things like those macronutrients like carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus are heavily represented. But cells also have this quota for micronutrients like iron and zinc and copper, as well as some of the other trace metals like cobalt and cadmium. So phytoplankton have a cellular requirement for metals in the ocean, and so the absence or overabundance of them can cause limitations on primary productivity or even shifts in the community composition of phytoplankton in the surface ocean. As a chemist, too, we're interested about thinking about the inventory of trace metals in the ocean as kind of this box model that's heavily influenced by the different sources and sinks or inputs and outputs of metals. So things like river water and dust might supply trace metals to the ocean. Biological uptake will consume it, as well as scavenging onto particles into the sediment. So there are multiple different sources and sinks here that help define the typical distribution or profiles with depth of the trace metals in the ocean. So you can see the influence of stuff like biological uptake at the surface. Mouse, that's okay. But in the surface of the plots, you can see low concentrations indicating biological uptake, an increase in concentration with that sort of regeneration of organic matter as cells die with depth in the ocean. And this isn't just a trace metal exercise. We can use other tracers to help us track these patterns in the ocean, as well as deviations from kind of what we expect, which are these typical profiles that you would find in the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean. And ultimately, as a biogeochemist, we want to know which processes are important for which trace metals in any given environment. We're making a lot of progress on this in the Arctic. We already know a lot of the major sources and sinks. So things like river water is going to be a large source of trace metals and nutrients to the Arctic, as well as some loss due to flocculation in those estuaries. The Arctic is heavily influenced by continental shelf input that takes up most of the area in the Arctic, and those shelves are also going to be a large source of trace metals, as well as exchange between the Arctic and North Atlantic and the inflow of Pacific water. And then, of course, some loss due to biological uptake. Sea ice is also important, but it's sort of a more seasonal control, and of course, it's not in every area of the Arctic anymore. So my PhD work was really focused on characterizing the different biogeochemical regimes in the Arctic through a trace metal lens as part of the GeoTraces program. GeoTraces had 4 cruises up in the Arctic in 2015, and I'm showing a compilation of all that data just in the surface for iron, copper, nickel, and zinc, just as examples. You can see, and the color is corresponding to concentration here. So some of the major sources and sinks that, again, we've identified would be river water. So in the central Arctic there, that's due to the transpolar drift pulling river and continental material across the Arctic. We also have the influence of the shelf, and we were able to trace the outflow from the shelf through the Canadian archipelago and out into Baffin Bay. But I also didn't draw arrows for every single metal, so not every metal has, for instance, a shelf source or a river source. They all have kind of their own unique chemical personalities. This became even more interesting too when we look at these different metals with depth across the Arctic. So here I'm looking at a section from the Chukchi Sea across the North Pole ending on the Bering Sea. You can see the outline in that little map below. And we're looking again at iron, copper, nickel, and zinc with depth, and I've stretched that top part of the axis a little bit. So unlike our typical profiles where elements are usually low in the surface ocean and increase with depth, you can see that that was not the case at all across the Arctic. But one of the major features was this subsurface peak that we saw in the Amerasian Arctic, in the Western Arctic here in the Canada and Makarov basins that corresponds to salinity of that kind of upper halocline that's present in the Western Arctic. So we were able to trace that back to this shelf signal on the Chukchi shelf, and the distribution of the trace metals was heavily shaped by the cycling on the shelf there that then gets entrained into that offshore halocline water mass. Then I became interested a little bit more on the processes happening on that shelf. And if you're familiar with the area, you know that the Chukchi and Bering Sea or Bering Strait shelf there is very shallow. So you have this dynamic that in the winter, the water column becomes pretty well mixed. And as the sea ice retreats, we get stratification occurring and biological activity happens. And those nutrients are pulled down and then regenerated with depth. So you end up getting this kind of concentration of nutrients in the bottom waters on the Chukchi shelf in that so-called Pacific winter water. So we know that we have Pacific water flowing through the Bering Strait and becoming modified as it transits by these biological processes. And if we want to know a little bit more about the trace metals and kind of the extent of that modification, we really need to know more about what's coming in from the Pacific Ocean so that we can get a sense for how much it is modified versus how much of that high concentration of trace metals transiting across the Chukchi is coming maybe from the Pacific itself. So I became very interested in finding out what is that Pacific end member concentration? What is the signal coming in from the Pacific Ocean? And again, if we look at what we found in geotraces, where we did sample within the Pacific sector and the Bering Strait, they chose this singular point to be a Pacific end member to kind of give us a sense of what's coming in from the Pacific Ocean. And it looked like there was this general increase moving northward. But as I dug into this a bit more, I realized it can't be as simple as just that one point. And if you know anything about the hydrography in that region, right, it's not just that water on the edge of the Bering Sea shelf there is just straight transiting through the Bering Strait. It's a little more complicated than that. So I turned to some historical data to see if anybody else had tried to better characterize what's going on in the Bering Strait. So back about a decade and a half, because that's kind of when we had more reliable trace metal measurements. You can see, even if we zoom in, that the resolution is not very good in the strait. The geotraces data, which is here in red, did overlap at the mooring sites maintained by Rebecca Woodgate's group at APL. So we had scarce measurements, but we also know that the circulation is probably not captured by just a few data points, right? We have these 3 water masses coming in from the Pacific primarily. And we also know that the Bering Strait is that choke point of all 3 water masses. So if we want to characterize all 3 of them, sampling at a more high resolution level in the Bering Strait is probably our best way to accomplish that. And we can kind of put labels actually on what those water masses are, right? So on the western side of the channel, on the Russian side of the channel, we have the anadir water, which is cold, salty, and nutrient rich. On the eastern side of the channel, we have the Alaskan coastal current, which is warm, fresh, and nutrient poor. And then the mean flow is that Bering seawater water mass. So again, with kind of knowing that trace metals are governed by physical mixing farther north, what's happening in the Bering Strait, and again, that we didn't have enough data to perhaps characterize all 3 branches. So last summer, I was able to tag along on the mooring recovery cruise led by Rebecca Woodgate and Cecilia here at APL. And I collected more high-resolution measurements here in the Bering Strait using a trace metal clean pump. So just kind of jumping on this physical oceanography cruise. You can see the crew were very helpful in helping me lower the pump into the ocean. So I was able to collect both surface and bottom samples from that. And I got data for all the macronutrients as well as trace metals, iron, manganese, copper, nickel, zinc, cadmium, lead, and a few others. Okay, so let's look at some of the data and what we've learned. So we're looking at a section here going from the little Diomede Island that's in the center of the Bering Strait to the coast of Alaska here on the right-hand side. And the background color is salinity, shown in that color bar. The contours are temperature, and then those dots are where I was able to take data. So, and the color of those dots corresponds to the macronutrient nitrate. And then I've also shown the data as a TS diagram down here to give you a sense for the water mass structure. This was an example where we did find all 3 of those water masses. So we have the anadir water, which was cold, salty, and nutrient rich down there, as well as the ACC, which was very warm and fresh and had very little of the macronutrients present. So that's kind of as expected. What was a little bit less expected is that the biologically active trace metals did not follow the macronutrient pattern. So instead, we found really high trace metals coming in through the ACC current and very low trace metals in that anadir water mass, which is thought to help ventilate that nutrient reservoir in the halocline farther north. So copper, for instance, as an example, was very high and low in the anadir water. And again, this is true for other metals like iron too, which is even more biologically important in many ways, was high in the ACC and then quite low in that Anadyr water mass, except really close to the islands where we saw the influence of continental runoff from the Little Diomede Island. And we can go a little bit farther north too. So we also sampled this line off of Cape Sardsey here that overlapped with the DB03 site. So again, closer to the coast of Alaska. And we saw again the ACC water mass and the Anadyr water mass, and saw again that the Anadyr water mass had very high nitrate, but very low trace metals like nickel, for example. So we're getting the sense of this paradigm that we're seeing kind of an opposite trend between the trace metals and the nutrients, which isn't what we expect from what we know globally about how these metals and nutrients tend to cycle together. So in terms of getting towards defining a trace metal end member, we now have a lot more data to do that. But you can see that there isn't probably one specific end member. There's a huge variation based on water mass here, but we can begin to maybe put bounds on this value. Kind of intermediate conclusions here. So the ACC is this riverine source primarily, so it's not surprising that it is very high in trace metals, but it was quite low in nutrients, so that's going to cause some shifts perhaps in the different bugs in the ocean that might prefer metals over nutrients. The Anadyr water is a bit elusive to capture on just the US side of the channel, but that's all we can sample at the moment. But it's thought to be this major source of nutrients to the Chukchi Sea moving farther north, so it was interesting that it was not a high source of trace metals. I'll just quickly say, how does this compare to the historical data, right? Because we do have this data from GeoTraces. And actually, the GeoTraces crews perfectly overlapped with 3 of the study sites that I returned to in 2021. So you can see them as the little yellow triangles on that map. There are little yellow diamonds on the map there. So we're looking at TS diagrams of all the data from 2021. And again, the color of those dots is referring to where I collected data, and the concentrations are nickel on the left and copper on the right, just as some examples. This data right here is the GeoTraces data. So you can see it's pretty shifted off of that temperature and salinity kind of diagram that we found in 2021. And the trace metals appeared either slightly elevated or about similar concentrations to the trace metals. But the temperature and salinity that were found in 2015 were far more homogeneous in that area than we found in 2021, where you can see there's a lot of spread. So I returned to some of the mooring data from those sites. So you can see that GeoTraces did overlap with A2 and A3 moorings. So I returned to some of that data and noticed that around the times that we sampled during GeoTraces, there was this decrease in temperature and increase in salinity. So a convergence to those same temperatures. And that's suggestive of either mixing throughout that water column, or perhaps a reversal of flow and some of the Anadyr water intruding into those study sites. So I looked again at the nutrient content, for instance, and that kind of is backed up by the nutrients, right? The nutrients in GeoTraces, again, in that little red circle there, were much higher than I found in 2021. And they also seem to increase moving from the surface to bottom. So that looks like it could be consistent with Anadyr water intruding into those study sites. However, when I looked back again at the trace metals and also at some of the sensor data from the moorings, I noticed that the trace elements like iron were also elevated, moving from top to bottom during the GeoTraces, and the upper level, lower level sensor data from the moorings showed a pretty well mixed water column. So what I think is actually happening is that the water column was well mixed, and what we're seeing is the influence of regeneration of organic matter rather than the influence of different water masses creating that pattern in nutrients and trace metals. So it's a more kind of biologically bottom-up controlled mechanism versus in 2021, a more circulation controlled mechanism. So I'll just leave with a few conclusions here. So again, that shift between the ACC and AW, that disparity there between the nutrients and trace metals. And I hope that I can show that trace metals can be used to track water mass movement and also distinguish processes that just aren't apparent in just TNS and nutrient space. There was definitely a seasonality and interannual variation between the hydrography and the trace metals between 2015 and 2021. So some of the next steps would be to look more closely at the fluxes of trace metals in the Bering Strait using the ADCP data. So that ACC was a large source, but it's only about 10% of the actual volume transport through the Bering Strait. And then plans to look closer at the seasonality and interannual variability by going up again this year and hopefully in subsequent field seasons. So thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Laramie. That's great. Questions? Yes. Oh, Sam's got your mic. And then we'll go online. And I see Francesca has a question. So
it's Jiaxu Zhang here. Thank you very much for the talk. So I have a question about, you mentioned between 2 years, you see one is more circulation control, but the other one is more like bottom biological activity control. So what do you think the reason for this difference?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think what we're learning too from when we sampled during geotraces, which was in August, which is kind of like later in the fall in the Bering Strait, it looks like from some modeling studies that the export of shelf material off the shelf was much stronger at that time than it was, say, in the summer or spring that year. And that could be unique to 2015. But I think that there is this shift when, for instance, the water masses all seem to kind of converge together and they're not distinguishable, at least in temperature and salinity, that that leaves it open to those blooms that happened earlier in the season. That export of organic matter is now super concentrated in the bottom waters, and you're just seeing that signal because you can't distinguish between the other water masses.
Francesca, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
No, I think I was just, that was an applause. It wasn't a question.
Oh, I think Anne has a question online.
Yeah, hi. I think you show some of the tracers, the chemical tracers that actually also give signals on riverine outputs. Do you think if you sample at the high resolution that you do now, or at higher resolution, that you would be able to also find riverine signals on the Alaskan side? Because I know Rebecca has published, I think, some recent results also implying that some of the halocline water has changed property, likely due to also riverine input coming through from the Alaskan coast up through the Bering Strait. So I'm curious whether that can, the chemical tracers can actually be used also to constrain the riverine outputs more.
Yes, definitely. I think what we're learning, like the ACC is thought to have this riverine source, and that's pretty clear too in the chemical properties with the very high trace metals that we actually just don't find anywhere else in the open ocean, especially for metals like copper. And I had seen that too, even in the geotraces data, where I did have data farther north and data within that halocline water mass, that the elevated levels of copper that we found there, for instance, could really only be explained by river water being entrained into the halocline as well. And whether that river water is coming in with the ACC or is other like local rivers draining into the Bering Strait or into the Chukchi, which doesn't have maybe as high of freshwater content, I think, as in the Eurasian sector, but certainly gets some freshwater input. It points to something that could really only be coming, I think, from rivers at such elevated concentrations. And this is somewhat confirmed too by looking at terrestrial dissolved organic matter signals and fluorescent dissolved organic matter signals.
I have a question about tracking water masses using tracer metals. So I can understand how this can be useful in the ocean. So I can help to track the water mass in the ocean. This is particularly valuable because temperature and salinity signal are usually easily lost with distance. But my question, can these measurements help us to quantify the presence of water mass in the ocean? For example, how much Pacific water is in the Arctic Ocean? And also, can tracer metals answer the question about timescales of water masses in the ocean? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think for a lot of these metals, because they do sometimes get influenced by biological activity, that it becomes harder the more sort of processing happens to them during transit. I am working up right now something to kind of heighten separating out these 3 different water masses in the Bering Strait using the trace metals as well as isotope data and the temperature and salinity. To answer that a bit more too, there are some papers coming out of geotraces, for instance, not to keep talking about that, but that's my expertise, I guess. For instance, using gallium to track Pacific water throughout the Arctic Ocean. Can't remember the second part of your question. I don't know if that answers. Timescale, yes. Not with the trace metals, but with isotopes, yes. And there has been some work done with that with radium isotopes, looking at the timescale and sort of ventilation of the halocline, which seems to be about 15 to 20 years.
Okay, we're going to have 2 more questions. One, Francesca's online, and then Kat is going to ask a question.
Yeah, so this time is actually a question. The characteristic profile or of shelf water of trace metal for the shelf water, is it? Can you quickly explain if it is due to the fact that there is a lot of mixing, or that they come from the bottom, or what? Where does this?
Yeah, where does like high signal from the shelf come from for trace metals, like in general?
Yes.
Yes, it comes from usually from sediment processes. So some metals like iron and manganese are very redox active, and during low oxygen processes in the sediments, they're reduced and released because they become very mobile out of the sediments. And then once they're reintroduced into the water column, they're rapidly oxidized again by the presence of oxygen. So that some of the metals are diagenetic like that, and then some of them are just sort of loosely bound in with organic matter. And during those same diagenetic processes that are recycling organic matter in the sediments, they can become resuspended either through some sort of turbulent bottom water processes or just diffusivity from the sediments from pore waters.
Okay, so this content of trace metals is characteristic, let's say, of the whole shelf water column.
Yeah, it's kind of unique in the Chukchi shelf because it's so shallow that signal is very persistent. Normally in the rest of the ocean, the shelf isn't so shallow for so long, perhaps. You're still maybe seeing those signals, but they're very concentrated, usually to the bottom, like 5 or 10 meters. And I think that the unique activity of brine rejection kind of stirring up the bottom waters in this instance is kind of making that signal mix across the whole water column, if that answers it.
Yeah, thanks.
Now it's on? Okay. This is Kat. I kind of have 2 questions. The first is, so the Arctic is changing from a more benthic to pelagic dominate, or at least that's what we think it's going towards. Is there a signal of that in the trace metals? And then the second question is, I know for nutrients at least, or especially nitrate and organic matter, that there's 2 sources there's riverine and then there's erosion processes from the coast. And they come at different times. And so I'm wondering if that is also seen in trace metals.
Yeah, I think to answer maybe the second part first, yes, I think we saw, it's hard to know without a lot more data. I mean, that's the classic answer, but we only get like maybe one season or sort of one snapshot of what's happening. I think it's pretty clear that for the trace metals, the organic cycling matters a lot. And so I was kind of alluding to these sort of pulses of organic matter that happen on the shelves there, and that would be a more temporal process, or kind of time-limited process, perhaps. So yes, and then the river signal, it's a little bit hard to disentangle that without having more tracers of river water as well, for instance, oxygen isotopes and things like that. But it's pretty clear, like in the transpolar drift current, that that's coming from river waters primarily. And then the first part, benthic to pelagic, yeah, I'd have to think about that a bit. You mean like, can you explain that a little bit more about what you're getting at there?
I guess the primary, I mean, most of it, I think the biology, or a lot of the biology is in smaller scale, smaller, lower trophic levels tends to be benthic, or mostly concentrated in the benthic, and it's slowly shifting to more pelagic. And I'm just wondering if that's seen in or if you're seeing that trend. And if not, that's I don't know enough about trace metals and to know whether or not there is a difference in how they're used by benthic versus pelagic. So maybe this is a not fully formed question.
It's a really interesting one. I'll have to think a bit more. I don't have like a great answer for it. I think, yeah, I'm not sure in terms of like this kind of small scale upper ocean variability of it, maybe just not enough data points up there too to fully characterize that. I do think that like, for instance, in the Arctic away from the shelves, like in the Canada and Makarov basins proper, we're seeing very, very low biological signals, right? It's pretty much all concentrated under the sea ice. And then there's almost no export of particulate organic carbon signal. So you're just not getting that same biological pump signal that we see throughout an entire water column in, say, the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean. So the controls on the trace metal are very much confined to the shelves, and then that's just advected offshore with the water masses. So it's a way more like physically controlled system than biologically controlled. But yeah, I don't have a good answer exactly for the benthic versus pelagic.
Okay, let's thank Laramie again. Thanks, Laramie. And now we're going to open it up for a general discussion, just like we did last time. So you can ask questions of any of the speakers or anyone else in the room to get things started. And we're going to open it up so we can see everyone online. So just put your hands up. We can also see a little bit of what's in the chat there too, which is interesting. Okay. All right. Does anybody want to get things started? Mike?
I have a question for Laramie. Where'd you go? Oh, right there. Okay. You know, I really like chemical tracers, you know, circulation tracers. They're awesome. And they have told us so much about Arctic Ocean circulation. One thing they can tell us is, you know, like river water versus other kinds of water. But in my mind, the holy grail, maybe not achievable, is you can tell me that river versus that river. So are you moving towards that? Can that be a thing, or you know, what do you think about that?
That's a really great question. Yes. So the interesting thing about the Arctic rivers is that, first of all, where we do have data from them, it looks like the trace metals, I mean, first of all, it varies a lot depending on whether you're getting like the spring freshet and the flow and all of that. Higher flow is going to push more trace metals into the Arctic, but also that the end member concentrations of those rivers are actually quite similar. So the Lena and the Yenisei and the Ob have really similar concentrations to the Mackenzie and the Yukon and the Columbia. So it's hard to disentangle for some of the trace metals. There's been some really interesting work with neodymium isotopes, so other tracers, but with kind of isotopic variation that I can also do with the trace metals like copper and nickel that use the subtle variations in those end members, so they might have imparted a different isotopic signature into those different rivers. And you can see in the transpolar drift the separation between Lena and Yenisei characteristics with the isotopes. So yes, I think it's moving in that direction with a little bit higher data resolution there.
Yay.
I know trace metals are not necessarily included other than iron really in models. But have you gotten a chance to compare to any models for any of these things and maybe seen where we're not doing such a good job? I know you'll probably say that we don't have a ton of data for this, but.
Yeah, you're right about the iron getting a lot more attention, and it's definitely getting heavily incorporated, at least into our biogeochemical models. I can say that copper and cobalt are also starting to get incorporated where we have more and more data, because those are also sort of more limiting out of the trace metals. Like manganese is biologically active, but it's never going to be limiting in the surface ocean. It's maintained by redox chemistry there for sunlight. So in the Arctic, I would say too that the biogeochemical models haven't quite caught up to being able to do a good job of characterizing the Arctic Ocean from a biogeochemicals perspective. So I hope it's moving in that direction. I have not compared any of my data in the Arctic to that. I have done a little bit of work in more estuarine environments like Galveston Bay and some hydrothermal venting work to model whether or not those signals are getting upwelled enough to significantly affect productivity. I think it's maybe not as maybe not being researched as heavily in the Arctic, because while that area is moving possibly into nitrate limitation, especially in the Amerasian sector and the Pacific sector, it's still the iron and all the other trace metals are so replete that they're not going to be limiting productivity in a big way. So I don't know if that helps kind of answer it. It's maybe not as like big of a focus from a biogeochemical perspective, but and let me think about a question for it.
So Mike, can I ask you something about sea surface temperatures?
Yeah.
So how are we to view sea surface temperature validations right now in the marginal ice zone? When we look at the satellite product, what types of uncertainties can we expect?
You know, that's interesting. There should be, you know, with a field of SST, there should be a field of uncertainty, and I'm not sure that not aware of that kind of thing. The marginal ice zone question was what I showed some slides where I tried to improve that in the NOAA product, OISST. So I think it's better than it used to be in that product. More data would be, you know, more useful. Are you thinking of something specific when you ask that, or?
Well, in general, it's hard to look at trends in sea surface temperature, for example, because they're so strongly dominated by the marginal ice zone. And so we might be way off. I'm not sure how much it matters that you showed those under ice sea surface temperatures of -1 degree, but that's just sort of based on an algorithm that uses some single value of salinity to get the freezing temperature. I wonder whether there's more information or intuition that we have about validating this really important parameter in the Arctic.
So I'm not exactly sure I'm getting where you're coming from. I mean, the first thing you said, I think that, you know, trends in sea surface temperature are dominated by not the marginal ice zone, but the seasonal ice zone, right? Because in the old days, it was icy everywhere. Sea surface temperature in the Arctic was the most boring subject you could think of, right? It was just freezing point, like who cares? And now we're getting this exposed water and it's warming up. So it's, you know, one could, for instance, do a study, I'm just thinking out loud here, where you just kept the region the same. You didn't look at the sort of northern areas that are just now opening up and didn't used to. You could look at trends that way and not include those super changey areas in the north. That would be interesting. That's one way to, does that partly answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And in fact, we've looked at regions, right? You pick a region and you say if the sea ice concentration in this month, if there's no sea ice ever for the entirety of the record, then the trend at least vaguely makes sense. But
yeah.
But other than that,
so I think we're on the same page. Yeah, it's hard to create trends when there's such huge change in some areas and less in others. So yeah, apples and apples. You have to think a little bit about it.
So if I can follow up, Mike, you mentioned that the sea surface temperature was really dominated by radiative fluxes, right? Is that the case everywhere, or are there also places where ocean advection, heat advection plays an important or maybe dominant role?
Well, yes. So, you know, there's this awesome paper by Eddie Carmack and Paul Wassman looking at, they talked about inflow shelves, outflow shelves, and interior shelves of the Arctic. And so there's some interior shelves that aren't so strongly influenced by advection from the North Pacific or North Atlantic. Let's say the Laptev Sea, the eastern Beaufort. These areas are almost like a bathtub, more or less, right? And the ice goes away and the ocean warms up. Then there's the inflow shelves, the Chukchi Sea, the Barents and associated areas, where yes, for sure, there's warm water coming in there and influencing things. So it's a little bit of both. But I mean, I did show one figure for the Pacific area. If you just look at in 2007, the area of open water, it was 5 times more from the sun than from ocean currents. Yeah. Yeah, radiation. I mean, what caused the open water to begin with? Surface melting on the top of ice flows, then the ice goes away, water gets warm. By the end of summer, this is another study I didn't have time to discuss, but we looked at the seasonality of what melts ice over the summer in a model, and ice melts from the top mostly early in the summer, and then the water gets warm, and then the sun goes down, and now it's melting from the bottom. That's the sort of seasonality of ice melt in the Arctic, broadly speaking.
In 2007 also, what kicked it off were these really strong meridional wind patterns that just shoved the ice north and kicked off this ice albedo feedback.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly dynamics are important as well, yeah.
Amy has a...
There have been a couple of notions floating around that that warm river water is a factor. And can you comment on that? Is that really something to worry about?
Well, you don't have to worry about it. You can think about it. But yeah, the hydrologists, there was a project, a number of years ago, NSF sponsored, where it was a marriage of hydrologists working with oceanographers. And those hydrologists really wanted to tell me about the heat coming in, especially from the Mackenzie. The Mackenzie is the hottest river in the Arctic, I believe, because it's fed by upstream lakes that just heat up, heat. And so the Mackenzie, in the spring, it flows out, it melts a bunch of ice. You can see in SST satellite fields a warm plume there. But if you look at the total amount of heat from the Mackenzie, the warmest river in the Arctic, it's like 1/10 of what the sun puts in. So but that's not to say that it's not. It is important in kicking off the ice melt in that area. It starts out the ice melt. It flows even on top of the ice. I've never seen this, but I would love to go and see this amazing situation with the Mackenzie River. But it flows on top of the ice and lowers the albedo, and so it's an important initiator of ice melt there. But yeah, the total heat is nothing compared to the sun.
Francesca, this is Mary Alberti from Princeton. I had a question. In your talk, you decomposed the sea level into a mass and then an expansion contraction, I think, breakdown of the steric sea level. And you give us a great intuition for what the mass part was controlled by with the Ekman transport. And I was wondering if you could help us develop a little bit of intuition for what's setting those spatial patterns in the other half of the sea level component, that expansion component that you showed.
Yeah, so as I said, they are quite like smaller scale patterns, and you can see that most of the seasonal variabilities, for instance, located, I don't know, along the Atlantic water path or along the Siberian coasts where the plumes, the river plumes spread, or in the Beaufort Gyre. Yeah, so I think this is much more like a single process related seasonal differences like in different parts of the Arctic. It's not one large scale single process.
All right. Well, thanks everyone. We're going to have a 10-minute break now before we have our breakout groups. So I think everyone can take 10 minutes. Thanks to all our speakers and everything. Thanks.